She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
the Book Besties.
Live! Yo, coffee homies.
We are live at the Key School right now for the Annapolis Book Festival. Woo-hoo. I don't know how well you guys can see this, but this is their fancy pants flyer, and I just have to say, we're in it!
A quarter page, gang. A quarter page.
So, yeah, you can scan the QR code to get right to our website, and all of our streaming platforms are listed there. And we're going to be streaming all day today. We have five authors.
No, 10. 5. I was doing five twice.
Five authors, yeah.
I'm really excited. So 5.
And our first author will be at 11:30.
Yes.
And that'll be Heather Webb, coming straight from her signing.
And before that's her panel.
Yeah, she has her panel started at 10.
So you can catch her panel now. It's
yeah, let's go to the schedule.
But Heather is the author of Queens of London, and we're going to be talking about that book that actually just released this year.
She and Stephanie Dre are together.
Another great book.
Historical fiction, women claiming their power, and it's in Barn Commons. So if you are here right now and you're catching us, because we also are, I forgot to hit go on YouTube or on Instagram, so we're not on Instagram. Anyway, we'll be on Instagram all day too. Yeah. So they are in Barn Commons right now together. They both wrote new books. Stephanie Dre's book just came out a month ago.
Yeah, that came out on the 14th. So we're not doing spoilers today, guys.
No spoilers.
No spoilers, which I know that's kind of why you guys come here, so you get the whole gist of these books.
But when we have the authors with us, we like to do them a kindness, promote their book without
especially
spoiling.
With new books, like as fresh as these books are, we do not want to ruin them. And with these two authors specifically, there's a lot of spoilers.
Yeah. And as you all know, historical fiction is not my jam. Molly loves historical fiction.
It's my fave.
I am so excited to meet Heather Webb in an hour because Queens of London was really
so good. You'll be able to find their books at the book sale by looking for our stickers.
We put stickers there. We got some guerrilla marketing going on today.
Because I do what I want.
Oh, and we got new shirts this year. So here's our big logo, and then the back has our names on them. I don't know how well those are showing up, but we do have our names, and our editor says that they're good to Homs here again this year. We don't have Nurse Katie, sadly.
No Nurse Katie this year, but Katie's a little busy.
Yeah.
Like, Katie's got life. How dare she have life? Hi, Katie, by the way. We miss you.
We love you, and we know you're probably watching. So
even though you're busy as 7 people.
I will mail you your shirt. I'm sorry I haven't done it yet, but I will mail it to you.
She's very worried about that, Katie.
I am.
She's very worried about it.
So in addition to there being just a whole abundance of author panels today, they're also having Comic Key. So it's sort of like a mini Comic-Con.
Yeah, I ran over there actually. Third Eye is actually set up in comics.
Yeah.
And there's going to be a couple artists there that are doing stuff with the kids.
Right.
And they're doing their own panels in there.
Yeah.
But Third Eye is there, and they have so many comics. So be ready to
definitely come check that out.
Yeah, because it's not just reading for adults today. There is children's books.
There are 4 panels that are of children's authors. And those are, interesting to me as a children's librarian. And we're actually going to talk to one of those authors, Meg Eden Kuat,
excited about this book.
who wrote Good Different, which is a phenomenal book.
Good Different is one of probably my favorite middle grades we've read this year.
Yeah, it's really good.
It is so good.
And
the representation is so important.
Yeah, and it's about an autistic girl coming to learn that she's autistic, and Meg is also neurodivergent. So, there's authentic representation
There's authentic representation. It shows the path and the journey of what it's like in middle school for someone on the spectrum, and as someone that struggled and didn't feel seen and understands that journey, this book is so great at representation.
Yeah.
So if you have littles that are in that window, read this book. This book will help you understand their mindset. And my favorite part of this book is it is written in verse.
It's a novel in verse.
It is in verse.
So it's like a really easy way to access it as well. So
as someone that's dyslexic, it was easier to me to read. I was able to get through the passages and take breaks. It's a beautiful book.
Yeah. And so other things that are coming up, I took a break from Pod Books and I'm reading Olivia Dade's newest book, Love at First Bite.
Oh, that book is so cute. And I got the Illuminate one.
You and your freaking British imports. But I really am enjoying it so far. I'm like 100 pages in. I just think she's so witty and I love her
Olivia's
so much.
So smart.
So smart.
So smart. I'm actually on a pod break too. I'm doing a book for our
book club.
And it's my it's my pirate book I picked.
Oh.
And I'm doing the Mysterious Society for Lady Scoundrels. And in this world, it is a Victorian level era, okay? And the Society of Ladies is pirates. And they are well-to-do pirates who fly their home to and from. And only good pirates have assassinations out on their head. It is so funny.
That's funny.
There is a lot of Victorian talk, so you really gotta get in there. But the audiobook narrator's doing such a great job. And I'm not very far in, but the main character's aunt is a hypochondriac but adjacent. So she's worried about her own health, but she's constantly worried about her niece's health. So she's like, "Don't go outside, you'll get cholera."
She might though.
That's not how you get cholera. She always also worried about scurvy going to the library. And she's like, "Scurvy's from not eating fruit, Auntie."
Well, I mean, the library, we do tend to have more snackies than we do fruit
but
things.
you're not going to get scurvy
Probably
at the
not.
library.
Probably not.
No.
What do we have coming up next month, Molly?
So,
I think you have our list.
I do have our list.
So next week's episode will be what we're filming today. Our editor,
Tom is going to work so much magic this weekend.
He's going to package the audio, so there won't be a video, but because we're posting live today on YouTube and Instagram. But there will be an audio release to all of the podcatcher platforms, and that will be next week's episode. And then what else do we have coming up in May?
So in May, we have, after the con episode, we have, Spells for Forgetting by I'm going to say her name wrong, Adriana Young? Adriana Young. She's been on my TBR for a while. I wanted to read Fable, didn't realize it was the second part of this book, the series.
It is?
Yeah, I guess it's a 2-part series.
So I thought that the Fable, there were 2 books that went with that. I didn't realize this was a part of that.
I thought they were, I don't know. I haven't had enough coffee, guys. I
need to pick my energy up way
So
much.
after that we have Get a Clue, Chloe Brown. I know nothing about this book.
So that book is recommended by Heather from Bookables, and she's actually going to be joining us. Yeah,
that'll be fun.
So it's one that she recommended a lot, and so I had it on my physical TBR because of her recommendation. So she's going to come and chat with us about it. It's a rom-com with an author of color as the author, and it's actually a standalone series, and they're all sisters. And I want to say that Chloe has some sort of she has a chronic illness. Oh. And so this is her trying to
survive.
Right. So, so there's going to be some good representation there, and I'm excited to have Heather back.
Heather's always great conversation. She's so versed in books, and if you haven't followed Bookables, what are you doing with your life? Because she's like an OG book talk. She's like book talk before book talk, yo.
She was a booktuber. She is a booktuber. That was the first social media where book influencer could be.
Yeah, she's a book influencer. Mm-hmm. Before it was a thing.
And she's famous. We're not famous.
Not famous.
She's famous.
And after that, it's One More Time with Feeling by Elsie Sussman. It's about 2 best friends. One of them's queer, and I liked the cover. That's why I grabbed it.
I had to look it up because I thought that was a sequel to another book by her, but
really?
it isn't.
And then after that, 10 Things That Never Happened.
This will be our Pride.
This is our Pride.
10 Things That Never Happened. What else?
Big Swiss, which I purposely grabbed Big Swiss based off of the staff write-up at Barnes & Noble's. The staff write-up said, super weird, lots of gay stuff, you're gonna laugh.
Be prepared for April not to like that one. It just sounds weird.
And then the celebrants.
Yes.
We're ending the season.
Stephen Raleigh. We're going to bring him back.
We're ending the season with Stephen Raleigh. And when we end with Stephen Raleigh, it's always a good season. Yeah. Because you guys know how unexpected the Gunkle was for us.
So unexpected. And there's a sequel coming out for Gunkle. And it's
Gunkle Abroad.
And I heard it's being made into a TV show.
Yeah, I saw somewhere it was Amazon, which makes sense. Pedro Pascal. Hear me out. Pedro Pascal is the Gunkle.
Oh my gosh, that would be amazing.
It would be perfect.
I think he's too busy playing aliens and robots these days.
He's the Mandalorian. He's on the Last of Us. He's doing all the things. But make time for the book talkers, Pedro.
Yeah.
Make time.
So that will finish out the season, and we've started plugging away on season 7, trying to figure out what we want to do, and we are still accepting suggestions.
Yes. There is several openings. I am saving, obviously, I'm making us this year save the first episode for whatever is viral this summer.
Yeah.
Because you guys know, just because it's viral does not mean April and I are going to like it.
That we like it, yeah.
And you know that we're going to be honest about it and you're going to get direct feedback about it. You may not like that feedback.
Yeah. And of course, we'll have Nurse Katie back. I think we're going to try to get Chezzy back
maybe
in
Addison.
spooky season.
I haven't reached out to Addison yet, but I was thinking about reaching out to Addison. Hi, Addie.
Yeah, and maybe we'll meet some authors here today that'll want to come back on again.
That'd be fantastic. There's so many great authors here,
So
guys.
many great authors.
So many great authors here.
Award-winning authors.
Children's authors, adult authors, all of them.
Something for everyone.
And there's also going to be entertainment in the Children's Amphitheater. At 11 a.m., they're going to have the Hunt School of Irish Dance. Matt told us a story about Irish dancing last night.
Not appropriate for today.
You're lucky, Biggs. After that, at noon, is going to be the Club Sci Kids show, which that'll be fun. They'll probably make elephant toothpaste in it. That'll be really fun.
Sam is obsessed with elephant toothpaste.
I mean, don't blame Sammy Cakes.
I do not.
No.
I love that he loves science.
I love that he loves science. I'm stealing that kid, by the way. And then after that, we have Echo.
He's the only one that lets me hug him.
I know. He came here just to hug Aunt Molly.
That's not why he came. He came because we told him he had to.
Lies. Lies. Then at 1 o'clock, we have Echo Adventures. I have no idea what Echo Adventures are. I'm Eco Adventures. Go.
So now we know a little bit more about what it probably is about. I'm like, are they just standing at the amphitheater going, hello, 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 hello?
And then Magician Joe Romano will be here at 2 p.m.
And there's going to be a whole bunch of food trucks.
Yep. They're already lined up, guys.
Yeah.
There are people waiting at the bookstore. I went to get a book because I was missing an author book. We're not going to explain how I got it early, but
this is how we got it early.
They had boxes. These people had boxes and suitcases. They do not mess around with this book sale.
Yeah, I don't need another set of Hunger Games.
You do not need.
There were 3 in there, and I really wanted another one.
Because you need it like you need a hole in the head.
Yeah.
Guys.
Annapolis Book Festival. It is free all day.
Today.
The only things that cost money is if you want to buy something at the bookstore, if you want to get something on the food truck, and then there's some tea. That's ticket only.
The tea party is already sold out, guys.
Yeah, that's already done.
Sold out. And you have to have kids for the tea party. Your personal own children. We do not still.
I told you could borrow Sam.
Sammy would not want to sit with me at a tea party.
Part of that sentence is true. Sammy would not want to sit.
That's true.
The with you part, the tea party, no. But he would not want to sit.
But if I said, Sammy Cakes, Aunt Molly wants to go to a tea party, he'd say, okay, Aunt Molly. And then when we get there, be like, why are we here?
So anyway, free all day.
All day.
all day at the Key School in Annapolis. There are also some really amazing raffle baskets.
Yes.
There's a Lego raffle basket that's like $2,500 value.
April definitely wants it.
Yeah, we may have to buy some tickets, baby.
Yeah, the raffle looks pretty good.
Want to buy some raffle tickets?
Tom shrugs his shoulders.
We need Sammy's good luck. He's the luck charm. He wins every single time.
Nice.
It's really annoying.
Nice.
Well, it doesn't bother me. It annoys James.
That's Matt. Matt wins everything. Matt is just naturally lucky. Must be nice. It's that luck of the Irish, huh, Biggs?
I don't have anything else. Do you have anything else?
No. We'll be back with
We'll be back in an hour. So 11:30, we'll be back talking to Heather Webb about her book, Queens of London. And that's it. Yeah. Until next time, besties, get lost in your favorite book.
Bye.
Bye.
time.
Mm-hmm.
my intro?
Whenever you're ready, Tom.
Oh, we're
live.
She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
the Book Besties.
With Heather Webb.
Heather Webb!
Our first guest today and author of Queens of London here at the Annapolis Book Festival is Heather Webb. Heather, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you.
And thanks for talking about us with Vampire Sperm. I mean, it is a very important topic to have a conversation
It's near and dear to my heart to talk about vampire sperm.
That's the first time I've ever had
a conversation about vampire sperm?
Started it as,
well, I'm glad
interview.
We can
I'm glad we made you feel comfortable today.
We've made a lasting impression on you.
So, Heather, you're not local, right?
I'm not local. I live in Connecticut, so
Oh.
I'm a New England girl, although I was
You're
a military brat, so I'm kind of, I'm a mutt.
They're
really.
both military.
Oh,
well,
okay.
Yep, I was Coast Guard, so was Tom. Actually, that's how we met. Tom
Yeah.
and I were in the same unit.
yeah.
Okay.
Yep.
Oh.
So, go Coast Guard.
Yeah. I don't know that you're allowed to say that in Annapolis. I'm pretty sure
we're
you're not.
I actually say it more because I'm in Annapolis. Fight me, Navy. Fight me. So, I know.
Their
who I
boats are bigger. Maybe don't
am.
come.
Actually, Tom, their boats are bigger.
Who's?
The
The Navy. Yeah.
Aircraft carriers.
Yeah.
Flapping hell. I will do the hell, but not the other one. You're at a school. So we are here to talk about Queens of London. You guys know at Book Besties we give spoilers.
But we won't today.
No, we're not doing spoilers today because all our authors are newly published. Everything has been released recently, and we are giving you guys a chance to actually read it. So we are going to talk, Heather, about this as vaguely as we can.
You have to lift it up. There you go.
So pretty, guys.
That might be
so
too high.
pretty. But
One day we'll have it together, Molly.
never.
It's only been 3 years.
I promise you to always be chaotic.
Okay.
Yeah. So I had a synopsis written, but Heather's going to give it for us.
I would like Heather
Yes.
to give it.
Okay, so Queens of London is about the first all-female crime syndicate called the 40 Elephants, led by Diamond Annie, the most notorious female thief in UK history. And she goes head-to-head with Lillian Wiles, the first female detective at Scotland Yard. They are caught up in the midst of the heist, and they cross paths with a little orphan on the run and her dog, and a very clever shop clerk. Things go haywire, and I can't say much more because of the spoiler thing. But it's
I mean,
very
you
raw
can
and
give
emotional.
spoilers if you
You're
want.
Yeah.
fan.
But
Do what you want.
We're trying to be kind to not give spoilers.
Yeah, so Diamond Annie and Lillian Wiles were real people.
Yeah.
And my
Yeah.
other two characters were fictional. So
Yeah.
you get a mix.
I have a tabby in here. I love tabbies. I listen to the audiobooks.
oh, it's so good.
It's
Such a good
Okay,
audiobook.
So before we,
Yeah,
did you
good
get
job.
to help? Okay, so we always ask this to authors. Did you get a say in your audiobook narrator?
I did not.
Oh, boo.
She had very clear voices for
Yes.
each character.
She was very good.
And it wasn't just that there was a clear voice. It was like, yes, that's absolutely that character's
Yes.
voice.
Yeah, yeah.
Like
Yeah.
so with audiobook narrators, you get two options. The one that is pre-read the book, that understands the characters and has like feels and is in the book. And then you have the other one that gets the pages the day of the reading and is reading as they go. And you're like, and you can tell. Guys,
That
we
was
can
not
tell.
this one.
You can tell.
You
No,
can
she
tell.
was wonderful. And in fact, that was a concern of mine. I had sent my editor an email and said, can we pretty please pick someone who can do, sort of that Cockney
Yes.
accent.
Because accents are important.
Yeah,
for the
and
Brits.
don't make the kid with a cringy voice, because some narrators do
Yeah.
a very cringy job.
Yeah.
She did a great
Yeah,
job.
She did so good.
Yeah.
I loved the oh my gosh, the detective, the inspector. I loved her accent. It was very like upper
Yes.
Lillian?
London.
Yes.
Yeah, thank you, Lillian. I'm blanking on names today. I haven't had enough coffee. But she had that like upper persnickety posh
It was
London
very-
accent. And I was like, yes.
Yeah, you would expect that versus the head of the 40 Thieves.
Yeah,
Yes.
right.
Yes.
Right.
Yeah.
So- I don't know where I am in my life.
There's a potential with a book like this that you get someone who's not as refined with the accents, and then you end up with something like The Gangs of New York, which the accents were not good in that.
Oh, really?
And it was bad. And I was like, ugh, you didn't get that. So
Yeah. Yeah,
and it's a really good
professional.
audiobook. She's really good. Yeah.
So, you have 10 novels.
Yes. This is actually my 9th. My 10th comes out in October. But
Wow.
yes, I have 10. Yes.
When do you sleep?
Well, okay, so 4 of them are co-written.
Okay,
That helps.
doesn't count.
And that one, the one that's coming out this summer is co-written.
So it's October. Yes, it's
sorry.
written with no worries. Hazel Gaynor. So and
Fun.
I call her my book wife. And so it takes a lot of management for sure.
Yeah, like this because the industry itself is such a beast.
It is.
And you have to know how to navigate it and stay. And I talked about this past week, and this week's episode with Liv Constantine. They're seasoned authors, but it is hard to stay persistent in this industry. And for you to not just to keep consistent is spectacular.
So
Thank you.
your co-author situation, is it multiple characters and you guys switch back and forth? Yeah.
We do switch back and forth. So we both take a character, and in our first draft we keep them fairly separate. You know, like we're reading each other's and responding to the chapters. But when we edit, we both edit everything. I mean, pages are bleeding from both of us. So it's very
I'm here for that.
Yeah, it's
Pull out that red pen.
very collaborative. Yeah,
I love that.
But just not initially, because we're trying to sort of sort out the voices and keep them separate.
Yeah. That makes sense. Yeah. We interviewed Liv Constantine, as Molly said, and they're sisters and they write together. Their whole thing is written together. I don't like my siblings enough to do that.
Same. I love my siblings.
But it was interesting to me because they don't, the book that we read most recently, The Senator's Wife, there are multiple characters in there and they're both writing all the characters. And I was like, how do you do that? Like,
trade back and forth. And go back and forth.
That's amazing.
And the way they explained it, they were so calm, and it just seems like if you're talking about two accountants about how they balance the work, and it's like, how?
Right.
It takes practice, I think. I mean, for Hazel and I, with our first book, there was not a lot of, it was still collaborative, but we were very, very respectful about each other's sentences.
Yeah.
Like, if you're really wedded to this description or whatever. But our latest one, it's our 4th, so we've gotten to understand each other's strengths and weaknesses and our processes.
But you know how each other right now.
We do. And we communicate a lot. I mean, there's comments all over. We use Google Docs. There's comments all over everything. Yeah, and so it's fine.
That's how we communicate.
That's what we do for the pod too. Because are you all local together?
No. So Hazel lives in Ireland.
Yeah.
Wow.
Yeah.
So
completely different perspective. That's spectacular.
Yeah.
So
she's English, but she lives in Ireland. So
Molly lives locally here, and I live in Virginia. So we don't film together either.
No.
Everything is in a virtual space.
Okay.
Yeah. This is the second time we've seen each other in years.
Really?
Yeah.
We both have 2 kids, and
and because military, we had to move a lot and all that. But we've maintained our friendship, and we just
keep going.
Honestly, having the virtual options increase, that has made our friendship deepen, because now it's not just texting each other.
No.
We see each other. We have to sit down in the same virtual space once a week.
Daily.
Yeah,
We're
that's cool.
Seeing each other physically weekly. We're not letting that bond break, which is beautiful.
Yeah.
So I'm assuming you're a plotter then, not a pantser.
So
because you got to do all the research.
To some degree, yeah. So I do. I kind of front load is what I call it, where I do a whole bunch of research up front, read a bunch, and then I make an outline, a historical outline, and I organize it by topic instead of date. Because there's certain topics I want.
Because you can get lost in the timeline.
It's very easy to get lost in timeline.
It's so easy to get lost in
you get bogged down in minutia, which is not the way I want to write.
Wait, but this happened first. No, that happened first. Wait, this happened. Yeah, and you're like second guessing yourself.
Yes. So I do that to organize thoughts, and then I write a synopsis and a pitch. So I definitely do a lot of pre-writing, is what I call it. But then, as I'm writing, I always lose my way at some point. Somewhere in the middle. Death Valley, I call it.
Yeah.
I get
the
lost.
pantser in you
Ooh,
just
I like
kind of
that
comes
name for
out.
it, Death Valley.
The pantser comes out, and you're like, I'm stuck.
Yeah, and then I end up changing things. Or like my last book, The Next Ship Home, I had to cut the entire last third and rewrite it. So
that cuts, like, that takes a part of you out.
Well, I realized I was going off in the wrong direction. And
You're going on a
so
tangent.
there's a bit of pantsing, but I do a lot of upfront kind of pre-thinking and plotting.
Well, I mean, with historical fiction, you kind of,
Yeah.
you can't just be like, I'm going to write historical fiction and not do any research.
Right,
It doesn't work that way.
No.
And I think, like, so historical fiction isn't my favorite genre, but I think the books that I'm attracted to the most that are historical fiction are the ones that the research is there, because I'm a librarian.
Okay.
So you're speaking my language when you got
Yeah.
the research. There's a lot of historical fiction that, like, it's, like, inspired by the history, but not necessarily, like,
Historical
really rooted.
fiction light.
Yes.
kind of,
It's dipped in the water.
It's not
dumped
rooted
in it.
there.
Yeah, right.
And you have baptized this book in the history of underground London and this time period.
Actually,
Thank
you know
you.
what? I'm going to jump questions because you said that. So, Heather, in your author's note, at the end of this book, you mentioned a few books that helped you write this novel.
Yes.
Alice Diamond and the 40 Elephants, British First Female Crime Syndicate. That was by Brian MacDonald. The British Policewoman by Joan Locke. Forgotten London, A Picture of Life in the 1920s by Elizabeth Drury and Philippa Lewis. Wow, I said those names right. Yay me. So you can tell by us, but you can tell us, no words. Oh my God, guys.
You distracted yourself by
No, I
congratulating.
read.
Pride comes before a fall.
I read without stumbling, and I screwed myself up. So you can tell. So can you tell us your research process, since historical fiction and research, in my opinion, go hand in hand?
They do, yeah. So, as I mentioned, the front loading. So I gather materials, and that's, any primary sources you can find. And then, of course, lots of biographies and documentaries. For this book in particular, so two things. One is I always try to go to a location as well. I will say that. I like to be in a place because I feel like there's, you can't capture the essence of a location, the smell, the vibe, all that
I've been trying
stuff.
to explain this to my husband for years as a writer.
Yeah.
I can't write about a place if I've never been there.
And it's really true. Like, you can to a degree, but it's missing something. You can feel it when you're reading it.
It's
so
a physical history.
it is. So I always try to go to a location. But in terms of this book in particular, I reached out to Scotland Yard. They have a crime museum. And they said, Lillian Wiles, that she's my female detective, wrote a memoir.
Yes.
So I said,
Dang.
so there are like 20 copies available, almost all of them in the UK, but one, which is at the Yukon Library in the town where I live.
Well, that was lucky.
Wow.
I got
Sounds-
goosebumps. I
I'm
freaked out.
getting goosebumps.
That was-
like my
like,
hair's raised
That's a
up.
sign.
That
That's
this
a
book was
sign.
meant to be.
Yes,
Yeah.
yes.
Wow.
So, yep. So I went and checked it out, and the librarians had helped me find it. It was like lost in a dusty shelf. And then,
Asheville, 782.
yeah, and then there's a pic. So one of the other books that I loved was, it's actually a book of photographs of 1920s London, and there's
it really
lots of
helped to put
cultural
you.
info with every single photo, and
That's
I just was
fantastic.
wrapped. I mean, I was seeing what it looked
Yeah.
like in black and white, and so so when I needed to think about the immersive aspect of the book, I'd flip through those pages and look at it and study it and go, okay. So that was a really helpful kind of resource too. I don't normally do that, but it was really cool to have that resource.
Yeah.
So.
And it was probably nice to be able to envision it, because if you go to London now, it's gonna be nothing like
It's nothing
that.
like, and I did go and I walked all the neighborhoods where they lived and where the
You can pre-imagine it because of the photos.
yeah. But it was different. It was very different today.
Oh, for
obviously.
sure.
It's like
For
a
sure.
wealthy area. So
Of course it is.
Yeah.
Of course it is.
Of course it is. Because that's what happens. The meatpacking district in New York is now the most expensive district to live in New York.
yeah.
So it happens. Queens of London is a book you speed through, and I mean this in the best ways possible, Heather.
I read it in 2 days.
Once you start, you cannot stop. While the back of the book gives the reader the idea that Alice and Lillian are the main characters, I would argue that all four are the main characters. Who was your intended main character? Also, who spoke to you or kicked it off first for you?
That's an awesome question, because it's not what you think. So
I
first
would
of all,
assume
I wrote different cover copy for the back. And marketing was like, no,
Stop.
it needs to be these two only.
Really? What was?
Yes.
Who
So
was it?
I just included the other two as well, my other two main characters.
Because I feel like Hera is the first person that really speaks to the reader.
She's the first person who spoke to me as a writer. So even though my idea evolved around Diamond Annie, I actually could hear his little voice in my head. You know, she's got a Dickensian feel to her character, and I love Dickens. I know that makes me kind of stereotypical.
I like Dickens.
Yeah,
that's fine.
And I mention Shakespeare all the time. I'm super snobby about that stuff too as a writer. It's gross.
Yeah.
I used to be an English teacher. It's fine.
Yeah, I mean, I think Dickens has written some of the most intricate, fascinating characters ever. So there is a Dickensian vibe to the book in some ways. And Kira especially.
Kira is so complex. For a child character, that character is so complex and so...
You guys are giving me a good day today.
But you know what else she reminded me of? The Little Princess.
Yes!
So I just pictured her as this abandoned girl.
Oliver Twist.
Yeah.
That's where my brain went.
I went Little Princess. I was like, she's going to end up in an attic, in an orphanage, and taking care of the orphanage. And I was like, that's because her parents die of cholera too. Yeah. And then she doesn't have family. And also The Secret Garden, which is my favorite book from my childhood.
The Secret Garden is so good.
I mean, the Little Princess I'd never heard of.
Oh.
And I had a girlfriend read early for me who's a writer as well. And she
said, beta.
She's like, yeah. She said, have you read this book? And I said, no, I've never even heard of it. She said, how have you not heard of this book?
How have you not heard of it?
And she sent me a link, and I was looking at it going, oh my God, well, thankfully, my story is really totally different.
It is,
but there's that little
similar.
bit of it. Yeah,
It feels inspired by it.
But because that story is rooted in that time period and written in that time period, it gives some more authenticity.
But
you know what I mean?
Yeah. You're also pulling in, we're all millennials, right? Or millennial adjacent, right? And we all grew up on those books.
Elder millennial.
Yes, elder millennial. But if you read this, that gives you that vibe. All those books, either The Secret Garden, Anne of Green Gables, like you're putting yourself back in that time frame.
I love this so much because The Secret Garden was also my favorite childhood book.
Gosh, it's so good.
It's so good.
I reread it last year for the first time.
So did I.
Nice. I reread it for the first time in a long time, like I think probably since I was a kid, or maybe even when I was doing grad school or something, because I'm a children's librarian, so
by trade,
I read a lot of children's books. But I was just like, this book, it just still, it's one that can stand the test of time. It's
resonates
really
still
good.
Yeah, it's beautifully written.
Yeah.
So we're already talking about Hira. Hira is a lost girl in so many ways. She never knows her parents. The one family member she does have is a monster towards her. And the few people in her life that can help her don't, because they fear the uncle, the man that's treating her like trash. Her story was moving to me. What made you decide to throw her story into this novel? Because all these things could have happened without her, but somehow this child is the glue in this story.
Yeah, she connects them.
She is the agent of chaos, is the way I like to think of it, is that I have these two true-to-life characters who have, when you've got a gang leader and a cop, there are certain aspects that will make them sort of more removed from a regular person, dealing with them. And as a reader, and so I needed to soften them a little. Yeah. And I also needed to, again, I needed an agent of chaos who came along and made each of them in different ways look at what their lives were, where their allegiances lied. And I also really like that for her, it's a coming of age story. Yeah. The story of self-discovery and identity, being half Indian.
Right.
And
and she does have that outsider's point of view, because she's like, but I'm English, but everyone sees the brown skin.
Yep.
Right.
So they've already put her in a category, and she's like, but I'm English. Like my dad is English. I was raised here.
She's never known anything else. And for her, for the first time in her life to have to deal with that barrier shows her privilege and how much she's lost that privilege.
And each character comes to her physical appearance, and it's kind of flipped on their head when she starts talking. And they realize, oh, you're not like poor.
Right.
Like you are
Poised.
upper crust.
You came from somewhere.
You belong to someone. This isn't where you are supposed to be.
Yeah. And but they never say anything, which is so weird. Remember, adults, if you see a tiny human out on the street, you don't leave them alone.
Well, Alice didn't leave her alone.
Alice took her.
Yeah, Alice might not have been the best person.
Lillian chased her.
So actually,
but Lillian thought she was a boy when she was chasing her.
She did. Yes. Yeah.
found family is a strong story in this novel. I don't even know if we did that on purpose. Found family.
Found family, yes. Yeah.
We see it with the 40 elephants, and we see it whenever someone brings Hira into their lives and protects her. While this is a good thing, it isn't always good. For example, Hira should have never been with the elephants, but she has no other option. Why choose to tell the not all found family is good family story?
I feel like I have another argument for that, but I'm going to let you answer.
Okay, so first of all, there's writers always have a few themes that they end up circling in lots of their books. This is a theme that has cropped up in a couple of my other books. Is
found family.
You create the family you want around you, or you
That's
try to, you know, and that's definitely there. And of course, some of this found family isn't the best, but she has to make that decision for herself, which I also like. So yeah, probably some personal stuff, some like family history of my own.
Don't we always do that?
We have that too.
Yeah, but also just all the moving.
guilty.
I think having been a military brat, you know, it's like you're starting over all the time, and you have to create your own network.
Yeah,
all the time.
You see that in Hira. She has that military kid backbone. Oh, we're moving again. Suck it up. Meet new people.
Yeah.
So for me, I feel like the 40 elephants were not a bad place for her to be, because when she's on the street, we have men who see her as an object.
Yep. Right.
We have boys who see her as an easy target that they're going to steal from.
Valid.
All of these bad things, and even though Diamond Annie was a thief, I rooted for her so much because she was providing a safe space. She didn't want the girls to be abused. She wanted to keep them safe. She was providing an income to women who had no options.
She even had a plan to provide them with more.
Yeah, homes.
Yeah.
And so for me, Hira being picked up by her, yes, I realized that she was a thief, but she saw I can help her like I've helped my other girls. And the inspector just wanted to put her into, Lillian just wanted to put her into an orphanage, which is what she was running away from.
Wherever she came from.
And, oh my gosh, I just blanked on the shop girl's.
Dorothy.
Thank you. Oh my gosh. I love her. I just picture her red curl. Anyway, she just I'll just feed her. I'm not going to really bring her in, but I'll take care of her a little bit.
Yeah. She was a street cat, Dorothy.
Yeah.
She's a cute kitten that rubs on her.
But the one person that was like, no, I will make things better for you. And I rooted so hard for Diamond Annie. I was like, I texted Molly when I finished. I was like, I know she was a thief, but I want her to win. I want her to be the winner.
It's funny because I felt that way writing her perspective. I think one of the things I try to do in all my books with all my characters, even if they're tricky characters, they're not black and white, they've got a lot of darkness or bad choices, is to show their humanity and look at ways we can empathize with them as people trying to do the best they can given their system of their circumstances that surround them. So you definitely get that with Diamond Annie. I wrote a book about Frank Sinatra and Ava Gardner, and you want to talk about some crazy behind the scenes dark stuff.
Oh my god, I bet that book's so good.
And you have to really but again, I look for the humanity. That's something I try to do.
You definitely gave her humanity.
I'm glad we're talking
I think
about
Hira
her.
is why.
Yeah.
You're right. She's the one that softens her. Both of them. Yeah, absolutely.
I'm glad we're talking about Diamond Annie. She's actually my next question.
Good.
Yes.
Look, it's like I read the questions
segue.
before.
I could not believe this woman was real. Diamond Annie
no, I didn't think she was
real. And when I read your notes, I was like, there's no way this woman is real. But you've done so much research on her. What was something you wish you put in the book about Diamond Annie that's not?
Oh, let's see. Well, I don't even know. I usually try to pick up the most exciting nuggets and put them in. So there's
always something on the cutting room.
Well, there's actually a lot less research about her than you think.
Really?
There was plenty about the history of the police, but there's a handful of articles, and there's that one book about. But it's about female gangs across
So
history.
it wasn't Annie specifically.
So she has a chapter, and it's actually kind of all over the place. So most of the
Like Annie.
Yeah, so most of the information about her is through arrest records.
That's amazing.
And yeah, like police blotters and articles from that time period about the gang. So that's
really cool.
And that's what the Brian McDonald book, that's what he did.
It was just like
he accumulated all that. Yeah,
That's amazing.
yeah.
Okay,
So-
women being erased from history. They won't even include the criminals in the history.
Right?
Like, we know all the thing about the men that are criminals. We know all the things about the men that were officers.
How many books about Al Capone are there?
Right.
Yes. Well,
know.
and Peaky Blinders, I don't know if
Yeah.
you've seen
Yeah.
it on Netflix,
Yeah.
so I actually pitched this as the female Peaky Blinders.
It is.
Oh, yeah.
And,
Yeah.
I mean, it's not quite, it's not violent
Peaky
like
Blinders
that, but
adjacent.
it
Yeah.
is adjacent. And
But,
she
I mean-
knew that. She knew the Peaky
But
Blinders.
these
so-
women are violent.
Yes.
There is definitely places in here where you could have added more violence, but you don't need it.
No.
You don't need it because they use their natural intimidation. Like
And
there's
I don't like gratuitous.
No,
I'm
I don't
just
either.
not. I don't think you need that to tell the story. I
No,
think
you
a
don't.
couple of instances I put in
like
there,
I
so
mean
you
there,
get the picture.
there's a
and-
couple quick stabs in there, and that's all you need.
And there's one.
That's how it is too. They're like,
There are. You have one character who is a man who's outside this world, who ends up in a relationship with
Yes.
Diamond Annie, and he's an Irish pub owner.
Yes.
And I wanted him to be. Was reading. I'm a romance reader, so I was
I
like,
love it too.
I was like, I need more of this man. Like
I
he needs-
actually went off the rails making it too happy because that wouldn't be who Diamond Annie is.
Yeah.
I had to scale it back because I am also a romance
I want a
reader.
happily ever after all
I
the
know.
time.
I
That's
know.
me.
always do.
I do
It's
too.
me.
You always.
But I thought your book was great.
Thank
it was
you.
really good, and
thank you.
like I do not say that often. Like it's kind of become a thing on our pod where I'm like, Molly, can you just please stop picking thrillers because I don't like thrillers
They're my
either,
favorite.
or historical
They're
fiction.
my favorite.
But she's
No, they're
like,
not.
she
Everything's my
she comes
favorite.
back with April. We cannot read romance all the time. That's not what our pod is. And I'm like, you're right.
I know.
I'll just take a smut break in between all these books. So I'm
And
reading
that's what she
Olivia
does.
Jade right now.
That's what she does because I made her read some pretty intense stuff last season.
Oh yeah. You
Yeah.
did.
I made her read Karen Slaughter, and she won't ever let me put Karen Slaughter on now.
Our book was really disturbing.
Karen Slaughter is spectacular.
Her books are pretty dark.
It was.
Yeah.
We
It's
read.
a little
We
darker
read
than I
the
like.
The first in
the
the Will
first
Trent-
in the Will Trent
Trent
series.
And listen, if you've ever seen her speak publicly,
Yeah.
she's hilarious.
She's so funny.
She's
She's so
really
sweet.
funny.
And I've interacted with her on socials several times, and like my personal socials. She's always kind.
Yeah.
She's always direct.
She's a really nice person.
She's really
and
good
very-
human.
You're kind of like, where did that darkness come from? Because she's very funny. So,
It's because she puts it all on the page.
But then if you
Yeah.
watch the Will Trent show, his character is funny.
Oh,
But
is
there
it?
is,
Oh,
Yeah.
there is
look at-
humor in Will Trent.
Yeah,
If
you-
you
they
read
brought
the
her
series-
humor into it.
If you read
Okay.
the series,
Yeah.
there is a lot of dark humor. Will Trent, the character, the physical written character, is naturally funny. He makes jokes at his own expense, but that's what happens when you're dyslexic and trying to hide it.
Molly is dyslexic, in case you didn't pick that up.
I picked that up.
Let's go back to your book, though. While this book about strong women isn't about those women protecting each other like most feminist honest novels do, we see at times that they help each other, like when Alice saves Lillian outside the club. But there was always a cost in their times. Why tell the story this way? You could have chosen to make it lighter, but you stuck closer to the truth. So share us your secrets, Dark One.
So, okay. Okay. Can you back up a little and
Yeah.
tell me again?
Okay, so-
sorry, I like zoned out for a
That's
second.
okay. So my point is this novel is about women and how they took care of themselves in this time. And this could have been a feminist lens book, right? You could have made this about women protecting women in this time. And they are, but they aren't, right? Lillian and Annie are constantly at battle. But Annie, at personal cost, protected Lillian. She saved her when she didn't have to in this novel. And that later came back to bite her in the ass, right?
Yeah.
So, like,
That's
you stuck closer to the truth instead of making this a happy, sunny women's novel. So,
Yeah, I think what I was trying to do was show the complexity between criminals and police and the fine line that separates them when they come from the same place.
Right.
They're all from, the same neighborhoods, tough neighborhoods.
Right.
And, they've grown up together.
Right.
And so, and in this case, the two women did not grow up together, but it's got that same feel where they have similar goals. Lillian wants to help women at risk, and she did for most of her career, especially trafficked girls and sex workers and all that.
Yeah. Amazing.
And Diamond Annie does that in her own way too. But I think it's just really complex. People do help each other out, but at the end of the day, when you're pushed up against the wall with a gun to your head, what direction are you going to go?
Yeah.
And I think Lillian felt that, this is who I am is about fairness and justice and doing the right thing. And so even though this woman helped me, she's hurting a lot of other people.
Yeah.
So she needs to be saved from herself, essentially.
Yeah.
And that's where Lillian steps in. So
It's the differences in how you see right and wrong. So Lillian sees right and wrong on a line of the law.
Right.
And
She is a true, lawful good.
yeah.
And Diamond Annie sees right and wrong and what will be survival and what won't. And I mean, I feel like that is a story as old as time.
Yep.
Right?
It is.
And these two characters being in the forefront, and then you've got the other two characters, and it's just, they all weave together really well. And I also really liked that Dorothy is not just a shop girl.
No.
Yes.
That's what everyone thinks she is. She's just a shop girl. It made me think of Doctor Who.
Yeah.
Because Rose is, I'm just a shop girl.
But she's
We're
not.
huge Who fans.
Yeah.
So, and she's not. She's kind and she's really smart, and people don't give her that credit.
She was in my head when I was writing her, she was my Elle Woods.
Oh, yes.
Yes.
Right?
Now I have that in my head. I
Legally
love
Blonde.
that.
I kept saying that I love that character because she's
What,
very
like it's
clever.
hard?
Yeah, and comes at it from a different.
Exactly. That's exactly.
She uses her femininity to triumph
As-
instead of making it a negative.
Exactly.
And that's what Dorothy's all about.
I love that.
Yeah. I really related to Dorothy in a lot of ways. I'm ADHD, surprise. But I was always treated like the airhead, the one that doesn't have a lot going on, the one that's just because I look smiley and bubbly means I must have nothing going on and there's no thoughts in my head. When there's always something going on. I'm always worrying about someone, always taking care of somebody else. She is a complex person, and she just doesn't let that show on the surface. And that's such a beautiful,
But that's also her role in the story, right?
Yep.
So she's the shop girl. She's the I need to find a man girl, you know? And when she, I don't want to give spoilers. I don't want to give spoilers.
It's all good.
But when she stops being that and just says, you know what, I can do this myself, she is incredibly successful.
And you want to cheer for her.
Yeah.
Like, thank God.
I'm like, yes, girl, slay.
So we're running out of time.
We are way over time. We have monopolized
I got
her.
5 minutes, so I'm gonna consolidate my last two questions.
Sure.
So, this book released this year, so we don't do any spoilers. We've already mentioned this, guys. 2 things. I'm mad at you about the ending.
You are?
You should know
I think
why.
it's so satisfying.
I thought it was a good ending too.
Yeah.
But I was still rooting.
There's one
rooting
reason
though.
and one reason only, and we'll talk about it when we're no longer live.
Okay.
But the end is full of unrest.
Yes.
Like, it is such a great way to show London in that time and how much unrest there was in London during that time frame.
Yeah.
What made you want to highlight this part of 1925 London?
So part of that is that this is right before, or it was right after women got the power of arrest. And this police force has been, for women, was shrunk. And so she has a lot to prove.
Yeah.
Make sure that they believe that women can serve on the police force and expand it. So it was a good point for her to come in. 1925 was the height of Diamond Annie's powers,
Gotcha.
and that the climax that I won't go into was a real event that happened that year.
Really?
Wow.
Yeah. So that also determined that. But the 20s, World War I era is one of my favorite, and that Edwardian period that feeds it. Some of my favorite time to write about and research, and the 20s are a reaction to that, and the unrest, recession, all the men coming back from war, a generation of men lost, women that were starting to advance, being put back in their places, all that. So there is a lot going on, and to end that way, I think is very. I'm kind of famous for for writing an ending that is, at least I hope, satisfying and fairly uplifting to some degree, but there's not. Everything isn't answered.
It's not all the knots tied.
I like that.
Yeah.
Because that's how history really rolls.
Right.
It does.
Your panel this morning, which you've already had your panel, you were in a panel with Stephanie Dre, who we're interviewing later today.
Yes.
And her book, Becoming Madam Secretary, is also in this time period. So you are writing what's happening in Britain, and she had written what's happening here.
Yeah.
And I read them back to back, and I'm going, this is both like the 1920s, post World War I. This is women trying to get the vote in the U.S.
Yeah.
And I'm like looking at them and comparing them and going, this is really, it was wild to read them back to back. So you guys
they're
being
very different.
Yes.
Yeah.
But you guys being on a panel this morning, I was like, that's chef's kiss.
She's a good friend of mine too. So we
yay.
had fun chatting and.
So before we cut the live, I would love for you to promote anything you have coming
Yeah.
up. Yell at your website to everybody. Give them the things.
Give them all right there.
Okay, so the things are, I am at Ms. as in MS Heather Webb on every platform. I have a website, of course, where you can contact me, and I have a book coming out with my book wife October 22nd. Hazel Gaynor is my book wife.
She's allowed to be
It's called Christmas with the Queen, and it's about the early years of Queen Elizabeth II's reign, 52 to 57, and there is a Prince Philip and Queen Elizabeth are kind of moving through the background, and my main characters are a royal chef and a correspondent to the BBC who meet in the halls of Sandringham but have a past over 5 Christmases.
Stop.
So it's if you
if you decide that you want to come on in
Christmas reads.
October,
yes, we'd love to.
Yeah.
Christmas reads. We do December reads all the time.
Okay, yes. So this is
Yeah, if you all want to come on together, or if you want to just come by yourself, we'd love to have you back again.
I'd love to. Yeah, it's we're pitching it as a perfect antidote to an election fall.
Yes.
Because it is a feel good. It's a feel good.
It is definitely going to be uplifting.
Yes.
Because this October is going to be rough.
Yeah.
And that's all we're going to do.
Well, thank you so much for joining us.
It
was just awesome having you and meeting you, and I loved your book.
Yes.
Queens of London was really good.
Really made my day.
And
honestly.
I don't think we said this yet, but so last year, this is our second year here, and last year we kind of negotiated on who was our authors that we interviewed, and this year all 5 authors that we had, well, we interviewed 6 because we also did Liv Constantine. All 6 of you all were literally, we had the same list this year.
Oh.
And yours was one of the ones that was on the top. We're like, yep.
Oh,
You were my first name.
Aw.
Yeah.
You were my first. As soon as I saw Queens of London, I'm like, dibs.
Yeah, and then when we were divvying up the reading, she was like, I will take these because they're historical fiction. You will take these. I was like, got it.
I wasn't asking. I wanted to write questions.
And then but I did, like I said, I did read it and really enjoyed it because we read all the books because, we
want to be able to talk about them.
Yeah, exactly. We can't talk about books we didn't read. So,
we will be back, guys, at around 12:30ish.
I think our next one's actually at 12, which it's almost 12 now. But
Poopsie poopsie. I gotta go pee pee.
Oh, Molly.
We started with vampire sperm.
And now we're talking about bathroom break. It's fine.
It's besties. What are we going to say?
I mean, you guys have heard me say worse.
This is probably true.
So.
All right. Well, we'll see you back here soon. Until next time, besties, get lost in your favorite book.
Bye.
Bye.
She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
the Book Besties.
Back again.
We're at the Annapolis Book Festival, and we have Meg Eden Kuyat with us.
I'm going to say that wrong. We're just going to say Meg over here at this table.
Can we call you Meg, though?
Of course.
We're not. We need to make sure that people are comfortable with us, Molly.
Sorry, Miss Kuyat. See, I didn't say it wrong after.
She's like, that's a no for me. Don't do that.
I told you I was going to say it wrong.
No, you said it right.
Oh,
don't call her that.
Yeah. JK.
And we are going to talk about your book, Good Different, which won the Schneider Award, which is incredible.
No big deal.
The
guys.
honor.
Yeah, it was a Schneider honor. Sorry. Yes, thank you for correcting me. But Schneider is, it's an award that is for children's books with representation of special needs.
Yeah.
And we interviewed Cece Harrington last year, who also won the Schneider Award for her book, Wild Oak. And I read this book before I knew you were going to be here because I was reading it for Battle of the Books prep. And I was like, I love this book so hard. And when I saw you as a potential author, as an author that was going to be here, Trish sends us the list early because we're special like that.
We're kind of a big deal if you didn't know.
And when she sent us the list, I texted Molly and I was like, we have got to get her. We have got to get her.
She goes, so this one is going on the pod. I was like, cool. I wasn't going to argue it.
And we don't have any other children's authors that are here today that we're interviewing, but
we try to do one a season.
Yeah, I'm a children's librarian, so that's like where my heart is.
And I'm on spectrum, so I like representation.
Yes. And anyway, so I've probably I don't know, maybe I need more coffee.
It's a rainy, cold, gray day.
Yeah.
Last year it was literally raining.
It was, when we got here last year, they had a tent set up over the amphitheater.
There was no tent.
And the tent was concave.
Oh no!
It was
and
bad.
Trish is standing there, and you've met Trish. Yeah. Anybody that has been to the festival knows Trish. She's spectacular. And Trish is standing there with this thing, and she just turns to me and she goes, "Molly, we got this. It's fine." And I go, I wasn't worried, but now you have me worried, Trish.
We don't even know what you're talking about. Okay.
I was like, okay. I'm glad you think I have that kind of power.
Sure. So, can I do a synopsis? Oh, you want to do it? Not me. I'm not doing a synopsis. I don't want to do a synopsis. I want you to do it. We prefer to have our authors do it. So, yeah, can you give us a little, what is this book Good Different about?
Yeah, so Good Different is about Sayla, a girl who wishes she was powerful like a dragon, but being autistic in a neurotypical world, everything is a battle, from the lights to the sounds to just getting through a crowded hallway at school. And she's learned these rules of normal to kind of keep herself surviving. And they generally work. She's generally able to survive with those. But one day, just everything builds up to be too much. And she blows up and she hits a student that touches her hair without her consent by accident. And that's really this life changes moment for Sayla, where she used to be the good girl in school, and now people call her unpredictable and dangerous and violent. And so she has to kind of decide how to advocate for her needs, how to stand up for herself, and to figure out if she really wants to stay at this school or if she needs to be somewhere else. And in that journey, she learns she's autistic, and she learns the joy of embracing her neurodivergence and learning to communicate and self-advocate through writing poems.
Yeah. And one of the things I really loved about this book is girls go underdiagnosed. And so exactly. I have my oldest son is on spectrum, and he's level 1, and when girls are level 1, they tend to mask so much better. So they don't get recognized as much. And what's happening, and one of the things that's happening in this book is that even her mom is like, no, you can't be. But then we see the quirks of her mom and her grandpa, and we're like, sweetheart, that's 3 generations right there.
Right. Well, and, I grew up with my mom. I'd say like, oh, there's this thing I'm struggling with, and she'd be like, I'm sorry to tell you, you're very normal. And, it's because she thinks that's normal, but like, I suspect, that there's,
that guy right there.
Yeah. Granddad has to have his peas, his potatoes, and his meat not touching. You think that's normal?
That's not normal.
No.
But we normalize whatever's in our family. So if you have a neurospicy family,
neurospicy,
Yeah.
love it.
Which
Yeah,
we
you
all
just
are.
think like, oh, well, this is normal.
This
This
is
is our
our
family.
normal.
This is normal.
This
Yeah.
is our
And then you
normal.
leave your family. For me, that was the defining moment as I went to college. And then you're not with your family. You're with like your neurotypicals, and you're living with them. And you go, oh, this is not normal. Things that I thought were very logical, like, turn your light off at night. But people study all night, right?
Yeah.
And so it's just, your normal is changed when you leave.
And her rules that keep her normal, that is the thing that my son is learning as well. So I'm sorry to deviate. I'm so sorry.
No, go for it.
He's on an IEP, and his curriculum, he had curriculum for like, this is how you make a friend, because his social cues were just not there, and it took 2 years, Tom, 2 years, and now he has a tribe. Like his two best friends, I'm not totally sure that they're not neurodivergent as well. But he has these two people who they're his people.
Yes.
And he doesn't have to go through those rules with them.
Yes.
They just know that's him, you know? And so I loved your book so much. And I loved it being written in verse, because I feel like novels in verse and graphic novels are so awesome for neurodivergent readers. And because I'm a children's librarian, I deal with that a lot. I'll have parents will be like, I don't want them to keep checking out a graphic novel. And I'm like, look, your kid is dyslexic. Let them read the graphic novel. That's what they're consuming right now.
Right, let them enjoy it.
Exactly. So, so you know what we didn't do in the last one? We did not give the bio of the author. We're winning. We're doing great. So
I'm so glad we've been doing this for 6 seasons.
Gosh, what a mess we are. We did not have enough coffee this morning.
The coffee didn't show up. No, I'm not even going to say when the coffee.
So you teach creative writing at colleges and writing centers, and you're the author of the 2021 Towson Prize for Literature winning poetry collection, Drowning in the Floating World. And you have children's novels, which this one won the 2023 Book Award honor for the Schneider Family Book Award. And you have a follow-up that's coming out next year called The Girl in the Wall. And I'm 100%, I'm on board. I'm going to read that. No, there's nothing going to stop me. I'm going to be like, get it.
The yellow wallpaper, though. The Girl in the Wall. It's the yellow wallpaper.
That's the right vibes.
Yeah.
Is it a novel in verse also?
Yes.
Nice. Yes, I'm here for that. All right, so first, I just really wanted to thank you for coming and meeting with us. Like I said, from like a personal viewpoint, I read your book and I was moved by it. Being the mom of a neurodivergent kid, I'm not totally sure that my youngest child isn't ADHD.
Sammy and I are best buds.
And she's
That
ADHD.
math.
Right.
So,
Math.
yeah,
Find each other.
I like the idea of the
It's like
neuro.
a bat signal.
Well, there's this meme that says like, neurodivergent people travel in packs like emotionally unregulated wolves. So if you or your friends are that, let's just say you probably.
I'm the extrovert that collects the other.
That's how we became friends, because I'm an introvert. She just said, "You're mine now." I was
See,
like,
that's
okay.
how all my friendships have happened.
Yep.
Just people collect me. They say, "Hey, we're friends now," and I go, "Cool, great."
My friend Hillary, who I've talked about on here, she brought her daughters over for a play date to play with mine, because her daughter and my daughter have been best friends since first grade. And she sat down and she got on the floor with my dogs, and I looked at her and I go, "We're gonna be friends now.
You're mine now."
You're mine." And she goes, "Oh, okay," and goes back to petting my dogs.
When you know, you know.
Yeah. Now she lives in Ireland. Jerk.
Oh.
I only live 3 hours away though, so you can have me. Okay.
I can have you. You're spectacular too.
So to read Selah's story and to have neurodivergent representation in both the author and the character, giving that authentic voice, like that to me was completely inspiring. It's one of the things I really look for as a children's librarian. And so can you tell us what made you want to tell Selah's story?
Yeah, so I was going on Selah's journey while writing this book. So I have a whole long autistic kind of discovery journey, like many undiagnosed girls do, where it goes from being in college reading a book that was autistic coded and being like, oh, this is interesting. Other people feel this way. Maybe I could help autistic kids. Not quite putting together, like, maybe I'm one of the autistic kids. Maybe
I'm
that's
one of
why.
I can definitely just fix them, because I'm the solution here.
But that's the thing, it's internalized ableism,
Yeah,
right?
yeah,
Like,
yeah,
it's
yeah.
totally like,
100%.
oh, I can help fix. Like, I'll acknowledge it was like not the right attitude, but it was like part of the journey. It had to be in little pieces.
But it's how we it's how we start that self-discovery, right? Like, we first go, I'm going to help others because I'm totally fine.
Right.
And then you're like, wait a
There's
minute.
nothing wrong with me.
Yes.
This is completely normal.
Right. And then I had a breakdown in college, and then I was like, okay,
Oh.
other people don't seem to be having this.
What,
Like,
you mean you don't have a mental breakdown randomly on a Tuesday? Weird.
I thought that was normal.
Same.
you have that moment, you go, okay, maybe I'm not like other people.
Right.
Or maybe
Exactly.
just, like, other people don't seem upset by these things that are
Yeah.
really, like, devastating me.
Yeah.
So, it was a long journey, but COVID was, like, one of those big, just 2020 was just
Yeah,
an
it
awful
was
year.
hard.
It was so upsetting. So many awful things were happening in the world. And I just kind of had one of those go to the grocery store and blow up kind of days. And I started writing a poem. And in writing the poem, I was trying to process my feelings because, like Sayla, that's what I do. And then I started recalling this memory of a girl in elementary school that just started braiding my hair in the recess line. And I was like, why is this girl touching my
Do not
hair?
touch.
She didn't ask for my consent. Is this just what normal girls do? We're just going to smile and nod and let the girl do
But
the
you were
girl
completely
thing.
uncomfortable.
I was, yeah, and so I froze, kind of the fight, flight, or freeze.
Yeah.
And then in writing the poem, though, it was no longer me. I no longer froze. There was this new speaker who hit the girl, and that shocked me. And I went, "Whoa, where did that feeling come from? I did not know that feeling was there." And there's a before, like how did we
Yeah.
get to this point, and what happened after? So that was the beginning of the Sayla story. But then, you know, in
I love
writing that
that's how it
story,
came to you, though.
yeah.
I love that you were processing your own self.
Yes.
That's beautiful.
Well, that's what I'm finding my books are now. I just go, what am I struggling with right now? And then I write through it because I figure if I'm struggling, somebody else is.
Somebody else is.
100%.
And it will be an authentic character. I'm a bad
Yes.
liar, so I can't write a character that's not me. And then I discover something, so there's a joy in the writing process with my aha moments alongside my character.
Super healing.
Yeah.
Yes.
Yeah, the hitting thing actually just happened with our son a couple of weeks ago. He did not hit the person. He was trying to tell them, I need space.
Yes.
And it was interpreted wrong.
Exactly.
And fortunately, he has some incredible teachers this year. So they texted me and told me about it, and they just pulled him aside and were like, okay, you can't put your hands on people. And he was like, I was trying to explain to him and he wasn't listening.
Yeah.
And fortunately, his teachers knew that. So I'm like, is he going to be sent to the office? Is he going to be suspended? And they're like, no.
good.
We know what was happening. This kid was alive.
We know this child.
Yeah.
But that was so much of what inspired the story are the autistic kids I know where that has happened, where it was a behavior misinterpreted as violence and the ramifications for multiple kids I know of where that got so ugly so fast because people didn't ask questions. They
Right.
didn't know the kid.
Yeah.
They just made assumptions about the behavior, and the kid was saying, you know, I am overstimulated, or I'm just trying to play and I don't understand what's appropriate play,
Right.
like all these sorts of things. And my heart breaks because these kids, you know, they need like somebody to understand what's going on
Right.
and to ask questions and to know to ask questions.
Yeah.
Because I'm a person that makes assumptions too.
Right.
Yeah.
And so we
It's
can't know.
the human condition.
Yes.
It's the human
exactly.
condition for us to assume, and this can look normal. The
Yes.
human suit looks normal, just like an invisible illness is.
Yes.
It is hard to discern where someone is on that spectrum until you communicate and work with them.
Right.
And I lost my train of thought.
Well, let's jump back to the questions then.
That's a really good point though.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that's neurospicy.
And I feel like when you have kids who are lower end of the spectrum, who have more cognitive disabilities associated with autism, they're the kids that you're like, oh yeah, that kid's autistic, this kid's not autistic. Where my son is autistic, but he's also gifted. He's twice exceptional, which is a lot like your character. And so that's why everyone's like, she can't be autistic. Like, she's smart. Like, what are we saying here? And it's
You
like,
don't look
that's
sick,
why
you
it's a
look fine.
spectrum.
Right. Well, and so we have a very limited definition of what we tend to think, and it's often we diagnose it in crisis, when they're being inconvenienced, and by support needs. If they have higher support needs, like you said, we look and go, oh, that kid really needs help.
Really needs
and
help, yeah.
the kids that internalize their symptoms, like Sayla, those kids, it's like, well, they seem to be doing fine. They're in class. They make
Masking.
eye contact. They have friends. They're not like in complete crisis, so they're fine.
Yeah.
Like, and I hear so many stories from parents, especially with girls or kids of any gender that are internalizing. Just we are fighting so hard to try to get schools to acknowledge that this is here. I know it's here.
But on the verse side of that, I have a high school freshman who refuses services.
Yes.
She doesn't want her diagnosis. She thinks it's going to hinder her future and her path forward. And I mean,
given the past few months are military, that is very well possible.
It is very
Yeah, it's
well
a
possible.
rational fear.
And while she doesn't need the services, it would be nice for her to have the option, because she does get overstimulated. You will see her just shut down. She will go off, and you're just like,
we need
where
to
did you go, kid? Come back,
Yeah.
right? Like, and you can just see her physically. And just because she's 95% of the time masking doesn't mean that she isn't struggling. And these kids, and there's such a representation that we shouldn't be just doing when it's crisis.
Exactly.
Like, we should be seeing these kids as they are in the moment and recognizing it. And it's just, the schools are only doing it when it's an inconvenience to them.
And for Selah, it's more noticeable that she had this breakdown because she's in a private school with really high achieving kids. And so it's not a public school where you may have many neurodivergent of all across the spectrum of special needs, which is, it has its own problems with getting diagnosis. It took us 2 years to fight to get him on an IEP to meet his needs. But she stands out more because she is the good different.
Right.
And that decision of, well, can I stay here in this school that I love, the school that's been home to me, without services? Because not everybody will know this, but private schools are not required to provide the same disability services that public schools are.
Private schools can actually be worse about it sometimes.
Well, we've talked about many times putting James in private school because of how smart he is. Like, he's astronomically ahead of some of his peers.
You have to do your research on private schools.
But the one that is close to us, like the one that's closest to us, once he has a high stimming day, he'd be bounced.
Oh, wow.
So we're like, we'll just keep him where he is.
Right.
Yeah.
But so you're a creative writing teacher, and you focus primarily on poetry or novels. Which one do you focus on?
It depends. I do. I've been really enjoying
Mood
teaching.
writer.
Yeah, mood writer, and I really like teaching Kidlit. So whenever I get an opportunity to teach Kidlit writers and verse Kidlit writers, that's what I particularly love.
Yeah, I love that. So are you a pantser or a planner?
I'm a plantser. I'm a reformed pantser.
I love it. She's a plantser.
I have to
I'm
be.
gonna steal that.
Yeah.
Sometimes I'm a plantser. Sometimes I am.
Sometimes she has whole maps and timelines behind her when we're
wow.
filming, and
And
then
then
they're
they're
down.
gone.
And I'm like, did you switch books, Marley? Yep.
Yep. That's the problem with ADHD and writing fiction. You're never gonna finish shit.
It's hard.
So this is your first full-length middle grade novel?
Middle grade.
And it won the Schneider Award, which is...
No big deal.
It won the honor. Sorry.
First book out and you're getting noticed. Sorry.
So how has it been for you to go through this process with such a positive reception? I mean, the Schneider Award, that's ALA. That's my professional organization as a librarian. Right. So how has that been to have this kind of reception for it?
It's really cool and wild because my experience before this was writing autistic protagonists and being told, oh, she's not likable, she's not relatable. And so I had a lot of fear that we get a lot of that with this book. And people would, it's complicated because if, you're neurotypical and you don't understand that the protagonist is neurospicy and you don't understand the thought process, you go, that's not relatable.
That's rude.
So it challenged, it's discouraging because I wasn't diagnosed. So it's just she's me. So you're telling me I'm not likable?
Right. You're saying my personality traits and who I am as a person isn't acceptable.
Right.
Right. But it's pushed me to go, okay, I have to translate a little bit for neurotypical people. And so I think that's pushed my writing to be stronger because I've had to kind of
We need to get
dig
you
deeper.
We need to get you a normed translator.
Right.
Spicy to norm translator.
Right.
Do they make those?
They should.
We should have just a normie hanging out with us neurospicies.
Yeah. They definitely have it the other way. You're spicy. Here's how we translate you to normal.
Right.
Right.
ABA therapy.
We do not do that.
Yeah.
Nope.
I'm not going to bash it, but we can talk about it off pod if you want. We don't do that. But yeah, I mean, I for me as a children's librarian, I know I keep saying that, but authenticity in books is really important.
Representation.
When I became a children's librarian, 2011 is when I graduated. That's not that long ago, right?
So much has changed
in the publishing world. It's still the majority of books for children that are published that feature humans, it's still white boys that are the majority. But my collection at my library, it is all the flavors of the rainbow. It is all of the orientations. It is all of the neurodivergence. Because I don't want someone to come in there and not find themselves. And that's actually why I became a children's librarian. And so I told you this earlier, but I told my son about this book and he was like, yeah, I'm living that. I don't need to read it. But I was like, don't you want to see yourself? And he's like, it's fine, Mom. I'm living it.
He looks in a mirror enough.
But actually, when he was first diagnosed, we called it his super brain because it is what makes him smart. His autism is actually what gives him his gifted powers, which is much like your character. Like her whole thing with the dragons, like he knows he has a super brain. He is a superhero. And it wasn't until he was probably around 8 that he started asking more questions about what does autism mean. And that's when we really were like, okay, this is what it is. It does not define you. You are autistic, but that is not you. That is just a part of you. And it's not even the most interesting part of him. And I would say that's the same thing for her too. She's so creative.
Yeah. There's so many aspects to her that isn't even like has anything to do with autism. You know, like at all. And she's so creative and she has a writer's mind. It is very apparent because she wants to be in the world of dragons. I mean,
I do. Listen, Fourth Wing was like one of the highest selling books last year, and all of us want to be dragon riders now, okay?
But for her to think in verse, it shows how complex and different her voice is and her mind. And it's just...
Yeah. I found her so relatable. And
Same.
I really loved, and I mean, I know you're writing a lot of your own experience in there, but I really loved that we have a girl who's older going through the diagnosis process.
Because that's when it happens.
It usually happens even later than that. Most women
I was in my 30s.
And oh gosh, what is the author's name? We read another author who's neurodivergent who writes romance novels. And I cannot remember.
The Kiss Quotient.
Kiss Quotient.
Koi?
No.
Helen Wang or something?
Helen
Wong.
Okay. Yeah. Wong. She was diagnosed in her 30s as well. And that's one of the things that she talks about is why she brings neurodivergence into her characters, because that was a really hard process for her too. And so, I mean, girls are good at masking. We're told this is what you do. These are the rules of social cues. And so we do those things.
And it's our job as the female to do that.
Whereas that whole boys will be boys mentality, which I hate that phrase, they don't have to do that.
They don't know.
So when they start doing more, it's like, oh yeah, that kid might be on the spectrum.
Well, and it does. It feels like to me it varies because I feel like I meet girls that want to mask. They're like, I want friends. I want to fit in. I just cannot figure out the rules. But yeah, when you can mask, I think like the stakes are just so high for girl groups. Like if it's dog eat dog kind of like you either mask and you kind of then can't figure out where you end and the mask begins, or you're on the outside going, oh gosh, I just really want friends. I just want to fit in and I can't figure out.
I long for a world where everyone can just be their own neurodivergent selves and they can still be accepted. And that is what I love about my son's friends. They are accepting of him.
So taking from her world, as someone that was undiagnosed in those times, I had a different personality for each group.
Yes.
I was a different, like that's how I masked.
Yeah.
I was a different version of Molly. And you'll see that, I still do it.
Code switching.
Yes. And, and I do that now. You'll see me, I go more Southern sometimes. Sometimes I am more polite. Sometimes I'm a little bit more, it's just, who's in my bubble right now? Right. Who do I have to prove I'm normal to?
Yes, I resonate with that, and we're not even aware we're doing it half the time. So it's like, what?
And I'll go home later, and I will sit on the couch because once this is done, I'm gonna be a potato and not say words for hours, right? And I'll be sitting there going, I did not have to do that. Why do I do this to myself, right? And if we're doing this as adults, how much trial and tribulation are we putting our kids through doing this?
Yes.
And that actually goes well with the next question. So I want to talk about the bullying that Selah faces. It's a huge issue in middle schools in general.
Facts.
And we do have kids who are othered. They are often bullied. And so why was sharing that experience as a neurodivergent person important to you?
I think kind of like what we've been saying throughout is that there's a lot of misunderstandings of what it means to be neurodivergent. I think they're often feared because they aren't understood. And so I don't think I actively was thinking bullying. I was just thinking of the ways that people treat who they don't understand and who they fear. And so, there's a boy that teases her a lot and stuff. And he teases her about aspects of her autism. And so I think when you don't understand, you can make those assumptions. So I wanted to show how people will make assumptions without knowing her.
Yeah.
I like that she understood that the behavior of the others around her was not okay. That she understood this hurts and that's not okay to behave that way. Because I'm sorry to keep going back to him, but our son, he was bullied and he didn't realize that was what was happening.
Piper was that same way.
Because he was just like, well, they're talking to me, so that means we're friends, right? He didn't really understand. And so we had to really have a conversation with him about, okay, yes, it is great to have friends. It is not okay for your friends to behave this way.
Right.
And she sees they're behaving against the rules. They're not following what we do when we're kind. Right. And I thought, wow, that was such a good observation that she was making into a neurotypical world. She's saying, this is not okay.
Well, I think middle school in general.
Middle school is hard.
Rough.
Oh gosh,
middle
it's
school
hard.
is rough for girls in general. Any differentness in middle school as a female and anyone that's female identifying, girl identifying, they will struggle with that differentness just because girls are coming into their maturity and puberty and there's all these hormones and the beginnings of those I need to fight, like I'm the head queen bee lioness bull crap that comes in that age group starts. And if you're any kind of different at all, it instantly makes you a target in those times. And neurospicy kids, they don't always see it. Yeah.
And it happens to her at a sleepover as well with her friends, with the people that she's trusting. And my son, he had a sleepover for the first time for his birthday this year. And I was telling my husband, I was like, this boys' sleepovers are so different than girls' sleepovers. He's like, what do you mean? I was like, we do things like freeze each other's bras when you fall asleep first, draw on faces. He's like, why would you behave that way to your friends? I was like, that's assholes. What girls do. Like, it's just, that's how we are. We are in competition with each other always,
It's something ingrained in us.
It's deep. It's deep ingrained. It's competing for the husband ingrained back to like cave times.
Interesting insight.
So gross though. Like, I hate it.
Yeah.
I hate that.
But how many women grow up and go, I hated girls. I did not have girlfriends until I was older. When we all settle down a little bit and we're like, we don't need to compete with each other. We can just be people.
Right.
Yeah.
The boys accepted me more.
Yeah.
The boys accepted me more. I also climbed trees. And they didn't care that I was loud. Because I've always been loud.
So what do you hope readers take away from your book?
Well, I hope autistic kids or just neurospicy kids in general can see a mirror for themselves and have language and tools like, oh, maybe this thing could help me. I think that would be awesome. But I really also want neurotypical readers to read and have empathy for a perspective different than their own and go, oh, maybe I need to ask questions instead of assuming a behavior means this thing. Because I often hear kind of blame language with autistic kids, like, oh, that kid was being defiant. And I was like, that kid's probably just sensory overloaded.
Yes.
And they don't know what to do. I don't think they're trying to be defiant. It's complicated, but don't assume defiance. Perhaps maybe ask some questions and try to better understand what the kid's going through instead of jumping to conclusions.
The mirrors in the window that's the key to children's literature. Honestly, that is what we need. Publishing people, if you are watching, we need more of it. We need kids to see themselves, and we need kids who are not like that to see others and have some empathy, have some kindness for different people who are different than you. Like color, gender, whatever. You got to have some empathy.
Right.
So, that's 100% great. What can you tell us about your new book? You have a new book coming out, The Girl in the Wall, next year.
Yes.
And you said it's another novel in verse, so what can you tell us about it?
Yeah, so that's also starring a neurospicy girl.
Love it.
Who finds a ghost in her grandmother's walls.
Nice.
her grandmother really hurts her that summer. She's staying with her grandmother. She's stuck there. Her grandmother hurts her, and this ghost invites her to do pranks on the grandmother. And so they start out really fun and cute, but they get more sinister until V, the protagonist, has to decide, is this ghost a friend or is this an enemy? What do I need to do to save my family and myself?
Navigating those friendship waters, even with a ghost.
Yes, exactly.
I love it. So when in
Metaphors.
2025, do you know?
I think summer.
Nice.
We'll see.
And are you working on anything else?
I'm working on lots of other things. We'll
Great.
just see what happens. What you're talking about with that competition, that's an idea that I'm really working on because I'm really interested in that. I think, especially these days, things are so competitive.
Yeah.
Well, not even just female. I think there's that unique aspect, but then there's just a competitiveness, like with schools and stuff that just was not there when I was growing up.
My girls are so stressed about grades, about being the best, and my youngest, she may be mad at me for this. I don't care, sorry. My youngest has a friend that she's very close with, but they both know they're each other's competition from now till graduation.
Yeah.
And even though they're very close, you can see that there's this wall of, I'm watching you.
Yeah.
And it's like, cool, we can't just have anything nice. And that sucks for them because they're building that themselves.
Yeah,
That is
but
not something me or the other mom can break down. It is something that just instantly came constructed.
And that competition, that competitive drive, like at least scholastically, it's increased with social media. Like
So you
so
see
much
everything.
But I was super competitive because I have an anxiety disorder. So from jump,
same.
everything was like, you mean you don't do your homework? What are you talking about? Like you have to do your homework.
My girls,
they're not grading it, but you still have to do it. Like what are you doing?
That energy is
Right,
the book.
right.
Because that was me, and it's still me of not knowing how to slow down, turn things off. I always had to be the best.
Yeah.
All the time.
Listen to our outros sometimes. That's me. I have to get it in one breath.
And I'm like,
I don't know how. I have to do this fast.
sorry.
And the world is moving so fast. So I think you feel a pressure. You have to keep going on. So
absolutely. So this is your time. You can look there. Tell us websites, socials. How can people find out more information about you? What can we say?
So you can find everything at megedenbooks.com. All my books, all my events, social media handles. On Twitter, I refuse to call it X. I am confused.
Same.
Narwhal.
I don't understand it either, so it's okay.
We could have a whole conversation about that. And then Instagram, I'm MEDEN_author.
Yeah. And she's tagged in a lot of our posts, and so you can find her there as well.
We'll have, on Tuesday's episode, we will have a link to her website as well, and
we'll do all of
one
it.
of these has the Amazon book link too.
Yeah. We'll
It's currently pinned. I'm pinning the books between each other's.
Thank you,
love
sir.
it. Look at him going and promoting
Good job,
things.
Tom.
I married a good one, folks. Anything else you want to share with us before we go?
I don't think so.
All right. Well,
Thank you for
thank
your
you
time.
again so much. This has been another interview. We have Meg Eden Kuyat, and we are at Annapolis Book Festival, and we are back, I think, at 1:30 maybe. I don't know.
15 minutes to an
Tom
hour.
has the schedule hanging there. We may be able to eat lunch this year. We don't know.
Dream, right?
Right. All right. Until next time, besties, get lost in your favorite book. Bye.
We're like siblings. You'll
Okay.
notice that. We good?
Yeah.
She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
The Book Besties.
back at Con.
Back again.
We are at the Annapolis Book Festival, gang, and we are now with Stephanie Dre.
Stephanie Dre.
I've been saying that Stephanie Day all day, so yay me.
You have? I didn't know that.
Because why would you notice me missing an R? I'm so dumb.
I usually
she
would
wrote
correct you.
Becoming Madam Secretary.
Mm-hmm.
Y'all this book. Thank you for joining us today, Steph.
I am so happy to be here. You guys are so much fun.
Oh, thank you. And you had your panel already, right?
I
You were at
did.
10 o'clock, and you were with
Yeah.
Heather Webb, who was our first interview
Yes,
today.
yes.
Oh,
Love
so-
Heather.
Same.
She was great.
She was great. Both of you. Like, back-to-back researchers. I was exhausted.
I read your book and then immediately read her book, and I was saying when we were interviewing her that like going back and forth, they're basically in the same time period.
Yeah,
Yeah.
and timeline.
And in two different countries. So it was like really interesting to see those worlds. Yeah.
I went the other way. I went her first, and then this first. This book. So I actually didn't do. I'm dumb. So go ahead, April. Words are forgetting me.
What am I doing? Do you want to give us a synopsis of your book?
Yes, I'd be happy to. So, Becoming Madam Secretary is about the life and times of Frances Perkins, our very first female cabinet secretary.
A real person. She
A
was
real
the very
person.
first female secretary.
And actually, in my opinion, she was the most important woman in American history.
I kind of have to agree.
I know that's a big claim. It is a big claim, but I will die on this hill.
I had never heard of her.
I know.
And yet-
that was what was irritating about
I'm
me.
sorry to interrupt your synopsis,
No,
and
go
yet I took an American history class in college, and we talked so much about the Depression and FDR,
Yeah.
and never did she come
I'm
up.
a history nerd.
How did that?
Like,
How is that?
And I didn't know
possible?
who Frances Perkins was.
All right, let's let her finish her synopsis.
Sorry.
No. I was just going to say that, I think that when readers finish reading this book, they're going to also think that she's the most important woman in American history. And I think the reason that we don't remember her as well as we should is that she was very private about her personal life. And I think Americans, we love stories. We love the juicy details. And so this is where historical, sex, scandal, all that stuff. This is where a historical novelist can really go where historians fear to tread. And I was able to, really talk about her personal story, who she was, not just what she did.
Right.
And I think that Frances probably would not have liked that. She would probably really
she would be
dislike-
really upset with
Yeah,
this book.
she would.
After reading this book, I am certain Frances is a very upset woman down rolling in her grave. The audacity of you to write a book about.
The audacity. And I was honestly really nervous about it. But her grandson, who was a wonderfully kind and generous man, he told me, he said, "You're right. My grandmother would take a dim view of what you've done." But he said she would understand why you're doing it for posterity. And that made me feel really good.
Well,
That's cool. But
Yeah.
I was actually going to ask if you had any contact
with
with lineage.
who she is and what's going on in our times, remembering who she is, who she was during her times. She was a behind-the-scenes chess piece mover.
Yeah.
She was the person doing the puppet strings.
And I know like her notoriety is that she was the first woman secretary, but I actually don't think that that's really what made her made her important. It was all of these things, and you have all of these people, real people, who were suffragettes. You have Eleanor Roosevelt in here, people that we know. And you brought them all together and filled out this world, because one of the things we were talking to Heather about earlier was how women are left out of history. And this is a woman that essentially wrote the New Deal.
What's wild about it to me, I grew up in New York State, okay? In upstate New York, where we covered so much of the Depression and talking about child labor. It was a massive part of our education. Do you think this woman was mentioned once?
Never.
And she was massive in New York. She was so important in Rochester in her time.
You are from Rochester, New York?
I'm from upstate.
I am from Rochester, New York.
I grew up in Nichols, New York.
Oh,
outside of
wow. Okay.
The fact
All
that
right,
you know
so we're New York girls.
I can't contribute to that. I'm from Ohio.
Yeah, I grew up in Tioga County.
Well, look, Ohio's also very cold. So
Yes.
we all have that in common.
Very,
Siblings, yes.
very
I
cold.
grew up in Tioga County, so I grew up in farmland. So we did not talk about this and at all.
So, I'm sorry, I'm not the host.
No. Stephanie, we haven't even jumped into the questions, guys. We are so off kilter. Stephanie, this is my genre. Everybody on this pod that follows our pod knows this is my genre. And so when I say my guy, you went deep. My guy, you went deep. I would love to know how you decided to meet Frances and bring her into the light, because I would love to know how you got to know Frances.
So this is a great question, because I grew up in a family where unlike Frances Perkins, my family did not go back to the Mayflower, the American Revolution. I have no revolutionary ancestors. They came over with waves of immigrants in the early 20th century. They were the kind of people that Frances was helping. And I was always raised to revere FDR. My grandparents, all four of whom lived through the Great Depression, told stories about the hardships, and some of them were funny, like they were hunting for squirrels or frogs or whatever to eat, and some of them were really tragic. My grandfather's older brother, actually, he was about 16, and he died trying to steal coal from a passing train to keep the family warm in a very cold Rochesterian winter. And so, my grandfather always told me, if it weren't for the New Deal, the family would never have survived.
Yeah.
So I knew about this, but I never really heard much about Frances Perkins.
Right.
I had seen pictures of her, and I think readers are probably more familiar with the older pictures of Frances, where she's very dowdy, she's wearing black.
Because it reminds them of their mothers.
She's dressing like a grandma or mom, and she's got the swollen ankles. Yeah, she does this on purpose. And so I always thought of her that way, and I didn't think she would be a very sort of sexy topic for a book. But then I was researching the Triangle Shirtwaist Fire, and Frances was actually an eyewitness to this event. And I saw a picture of her, and she was quite fashionable. She had like a feather-plumed hat.
I don't doubt that.
A little book, and she was all so put together. And I was so embarrassed because I was like, oh my God, it never occurred to me that she'd once been young. And then I thought,
it's like thinking about her grandparents.
Yeah.
You were human. You were a child once.
And she was dressing in the all black because she's now trying to fit into a man's world. And this is the way that I can be accepted in here.
That's right.
I gotta look like their mom. So that wasn't who she was, but your description of that fire, her witnessing it, I was there. I was there.
I listened to the audiobook. Our fans know I'm an audiobook nerd. I'm dyslexic too, so that makes thick books like this difficult. So the narrator had me teary-eyed. I was like, you can't be serious. And this is all real history. I remember talking about shirtwaist fires in high school because we talked about child labor back then, and
it transported me. I know this is obviously a much different time period, but I kept thinking about the desperation of people jumping out of the Twin Towers.
I was thinking of it too while I was writing it.
I was like, oh, that's real. That's what happened. And it was really hard. And I was there with you. Like, I'm going, this is just vivid. Like, I can picture it. And it never leaves her. It never leaves her.
And she's constantly referencing that. Anytime she battles for something in this novel, she looks back and she goes, okay, there's a reason we're doing this. And if that's not the most relevant thing on why people go into public service, why people serve.
And she keeps saying soup can factory because that's her compromise. I can compromise. I can get a little to get the whole thing. And I like I said, I studied the New Deal. Being from Ohio, my hometown, which is a small town in Ohio, we still have streets that were brick laid. As part of the New Deal. And like the movie Shawshank Redemption, have you ever seen it?
Yes.
So that was filmed in my hometown. All of it.
Love it.
The prison is actually in my hometown. It's now a historical monument. It's apparently haunted, and you can like do haunted tours.
Absolutely.
But
Absolutely.
the street where he's walking down and it's brick, that's in my hometown. The grocery store where they work in my hometown. And so that has always resonated with me about how, and my grandparents also grew up in the Depression, how we overcame that. And FDR has also been like an icon in our family as well. And I'm like, of course there was a woman behind it. Of course there was a woman
We all thought
behind
it was
it.
Eleanor, though.
And
Yeah.
and no diss on Eleanor. Eleanor is an extraordinary woman, and
She's an icon.
I love her. But when I think about Frances Perkins, and I think maybe your listeners and viewers may not understand how much of our daily lives are impacted by
100%.
Frances. Here as we sit in this room, if there, and where you are at home, listening to this or seeing it, if there is a sprinkler system or a fire exit there, you can thank Frances Perkins for that. If you had a weekend, you can thank her for that.
Your kids aren't working full time.
Right, yeah.
You can thank Frances for that.
Yes.
Minimum wage.
If you had a meal at a restaurant recently and there were not rat droppings in your food, you can thank Frances. So
Having babies in the pans. Oh, gosh. I was like, I'm never eating in New York.
So she had this whole lifetime of achievement, major achievements, and shaped an American century. And I cannot think of any other woman who did that.
No.
And I actually can't even think of many men who did
No.
that.
Yeah.
And they say, it wasn't me that came up with it, it is said that she is the most consequential cabinet officer since Alexander Hamilton.
Absolutely.
And and you know
I-
I'm a fan. I wrote My Dear Hamilton with my
Yes,
friend
you
Laura
did.
Camoy, so I am familiar with cabinet officers. And Frances is just a star, and so I think there should be a street or a park named after her.
Put her on a freaking
And that's in
bill.
your author's note too.
In every city in America, advocate for Frances Perkins.
And the one
Get
thing
the
you didn't say
GoFundMe,
that
or
she was
what's the sign up genius? I messed up.
no, that's not what it is either.
Thanks, Tom.
It's
Slap.
for change.
Thank you.
And the thing you didn't mention that she's also responsible for Social Security.
Oh, right.
Security.
Only the biggest
Still
thing.
Which
the
is
biggest thing
huge.
ever.
Yeah.
And it's funny because this is towards the end of your book. She's teaching at that point in her life.
Yeah.
And one of the people in her class is like, but we've always had Social Security. And she's like, brah, we did not always have Social Security. That had to come from somewhere.
It didn't just magically come out of thin air. They don't just drop bills out of the sky.
And it's not her idea when she's in office
Yeah.
holding that position. It's her idea when she's a young idealist doing social work in New York City and still in college.
Yeah.
And it's remarkable because it's still the system we use today, which, you know, if you watch Hamilton, they talk about how the banking system,
Right.
he built that and we still have that. So, I mean, iconic.
And people take it for granted. I know we take a lot for granted in our country, but I think people think the system has always been this
And it
way.
just magically came out of
And
thin
it wasn't.
It didn't.
We had to fight for it.
And there's also a lot of, I'm so sorry.
That's okay.
There's a lot of references in here about the New Deal being challenged in the justice system because there were a lot of issues of the New Deal that the Supreme Court was like, no, you can't do that.
Yeah.
That is overreaching.
Yeah.
And that's a part of this too.
Yeah.
And like, I never even thought about, well, she would have been involved with that because of course she was.
Yeah.
She had to figure out how she was going to get this past the Supreme Court. And she resorts to some trickery, right? Like she
Clever
shows
trickery.
up at tea parties where there
It's
might
just-
be a justice to
It's
find
just
out what they
making them
think.
it's their idea.
Yeah.
Right.
And
because
we do that still today.
because
we
she has the
I used to
confidence
do
of
it
a
a lot
mediocre
after
white
doing-
man. Have you read Allie Hazelwood? So her first book, which is called The Love Hypothesis, Allie Hazelwood actually is in STEM. She's a woman in STEM. And in the book, her professor tells her, you need to do this with the confidence of a mediocre white man. So that's become like a thing that
It's our
we said.
mantra.
That's what
And
she
I
did.
tell that to my teen girls. I tell it to all my
Yeah.
teen girls.
Confidence of a mediocre white man, right there.
So, in this book, you hit us with a quick historical note. Is before the reader even gets into this, because people are going to judge, right? When people grab a historical fiction, they instantly want to attack the author for it not being historically correct. We're not going to get all the history, dude. You're not going to get it all right.
Fiction.
Right. So, I cannot imagine what it was like having to translate someone from the early 1900s all the way up to when she passed. So, did you have to bother historians? How did this process come about for you? Translating.
She used the librarians, didn't she?
Yes, she did.
I love librarians to begin with, and they are very helpful. I was lucky with this one. I started this book at the height of the pandemic, and so suddenly that meant I couldn't go to bookstores. I couldn't, or bookstores. I meant libraries.
I know. It's all good.
I love them all. I could not do the research in person. Fortunately, Frances has her oral history that she left to us. And Columbia University has digitized it. And so any American can just go on their site and read it. And it's about 5,000 pages. And I did not understand most of it, but I did read or skim all of it.
The language is so insane.
So I tried to, use her own words as much as I could.
You definitely
in
did.
the book, so that I could get her voice, which was shockingly funny to me.
She has a lot of humor in
I
her.
find her to be dry and funny in a way. I bet, my husband's this way. If these guys can tell you my husband's this way, he will make a comment, and it's a joke, but his face is flat. And you're like, that's not funny, dude.
For me, the part that had me laughing was when FDR sends her the minutes that proves that he did vote on her thing, and she just starts cracking up, and I was like, that bastard, he really did it.
And that is historically true. There was this gag that was between them that he kept taunting her, saying, back when we were reformers, when I helped you pass this bill, and she knew he wasn't there, so she was always like, he's such a liar.
Liar! You didn't help me at all.
And she in her memoir, she said that she did have to verify it, and it turned out to be true. That she doesn't know how he did it.
That is.
But he managed to slip his vote in.
We all have that person we're competitive with. It just happens. Hers happens to be FDR.
I think in this book too, FDR becomes more of a person to me.
Yes, he became more human.
We see him start as this persnickety guy, right? He's a
boy.
bit uppity.
Honestly, he was a sassy boy, and he was definitely rainbow to me. But what did I know?
We don't know. But he was very it's fine. I'm just gonna run for governor, whatever. It's fine.
But he doesn't care.
And then he becomes so much more human. And also, this is terrible that I didn't know this history, but for some reason I had it in my mind that he got polio as a child. And so when it happened, I was like, really? That's what happened? I had to really
And it really changes your perception of him, right? And his personality, because it hadn't occurred to me really how much he might have changed as a person, having lived his life, such a charmed life, and then having to deal with such a serious ailment.
But honestly, that probably made him a better president.
Yeah.
Becoming, it humbled him. It humbled him in a way that another human could never humble him.
Yeah.
And honestly, that man needed it.
Well, based on at the beginning, I was like, ooh.
I'm not saying anyone deserves polio. I'm not saying anyone deserves polio. I'm just saying maybe knock people down a peg sometimes.
That's fantastic. Let's quote that for Facebook.
He's absolutely, look at him. He's already plotting.
Hashtag nobody deserves polio.
Great.
Oh my gosh.
He clipped me saying, there will always be women in rubber flirting with me a couple of weeks ago. So
he gets pretty funny.
he loves it.
Yeah.
So this book reflects to the readers how history in modern day can mirror itself. With this conversation about working conditions, Social Security, and possibilities of war at any time, this novel, I cannot help look at our current predicament in the government and reflect how history constantly repeats itself. Was this on purpose or good luck?
It was luck.
Terrible luck.
Luck.
She can't predict the political climate, is what she's saying. Okay?
That's right. I knew that she was going to be relevant. I knew that all the issues that she was facing are issues that we tend to revisit. Some of them, though, I did not expect when I began this book. Never in my wildest dreams did I expect that I would see headlines about child labor returning to the United States.
Yes.
That blows me away. I cannot believe that we're having that discussion.
Texas.
Like, I thought this was resolved 100 years ago, and
we don't
figured
make
out-
babies go to work.
Yeah.
Like, come on.
We don't make babies and then go to work, and we don't make babies work. Clarify all that.
Yeah. So that one was a shock to me, but I knew that we would revisit Social Security.
And living wages.
Yeah, and part of it is very frustrating because, again, I think, like, did we not solve this 100 years ago? Why are we still debating it? But also I have a sympathy to the fact that we live in a democracy. So it's normal for us to revisit the way that we govern ourselves and the systems that we
change
use.
and
But Social Security is the most popular government program in history, probably in the history of the world. Maybe more popular than Brennan circuses in Rome. And
Pan Am.
and so I think ultimately, even though we're revisiting it, I think the number of people who don't understand its importance are very small, and the number of people who love it is very large. So I'm hopeful that that part of her legacy will survive.
Same.
And I'm hoping that when you read the book, you'll become an advocate, and so that we don't have to, relive the robber baron days of yore.
So
I might make a good robber baron.
So I took I'm a manager, a children's librarian, but I manage an apartment, and I had to take a training, and one of the things that we were talking about was I was reading your book at the same time, so it actually worked out really well. When the labor laws were made that you couldn't discriminate based on age, it's above 40. So the interesting thing is we don't consider that. I mean, I'm 42. We don't really consider that to be old. But at that time...
That was old.
And so when that was happening in here where we were talking about age discrimination, I was like, dude, this is what we're learning about in my class. I was like, whoa, real life. But I was like, that's so crazy to me because 40, that's not old.
Though, if you had to go work in a factory when you were 8,
40
you
would
put
be old.
a lot of work time. That's got a lot on your body and your mind and
So
your
much.
health.
I mean, and they were the physical labor of the time was so taxing on the people.
And I mean, there were no regulations. So like a girl loses her arm, and there's people that are burned alive. I mean, it's just like they didn't exist.
They just thought that was the cost of doing business.
Right.
But who was paying the price?
The cost of doing business means I can afford to lose that person because you're replaceable.
Yeah.
And that is still relevant today.
And
because your spot will be filled tomorrow.
And the companies were being led primarily by men, and they were being worked in by children and women.
Yes.
And they were the sacrificial lambs. I mean, that the fire that happens, they literally lock them
you know
in.
what? This is a great transition to my next.
Yay!
All right. Yay!
There is a conversation about motherhood, womanhood, and the female responsibility in this novel. While Frances is in a way different era than us, some of her lessons and struggles we women still face today. We would love to hear about how constructing this part of Frances's life, Frances's world went, and how your own experiences may or may not have influenced your writing.
So Frances was a wife and mother. I am not a mother. I have not had to face the struggles that she did as a professional woman who had to balance these responsibilities. I'm a cat mom, so it's not the same thing. She had a young daughter to provide for at home. She had a husband who had a pretty severe mental illness.
Yeah.
And Frances, in the course of her career, she really wanted to serve America, but she also really wanted to be a good mother. And even really late into her life, she had all these regrets and worries that maybe she had been a bad mother or a better patriot than she had been a mother, and that she didn't do enough for her child. And there's a very poignant note that she wrote about, does she love her daughter enough?
Yeah.
Or does she only love her daughter when she approves? So it's weighing on her. And it occurred to me that as I was writing her, I can't think of any male cabinet officer who has ever wondered, am I a good father?
Yeah, no.
or at least not publicly.
Right.
No, where it was very relevant to me. I'm former active duty. That's how Tom and I met. That's how I met his wife. How we became the besties. When I was active duty, I was always worried about my kids. And my husband back then, no offense, Biggs, this is true, he expected me to drop everything and take care of the girls.
Yeah.
And while that has completely changed, that's still a common problem. And I have friends who are still active duty and women in the workforce who are constantly looking at their life and going, I have to pick today.
I mean, I'm a working mother. My husband is a stay-at-home dad. He's retired military. He stays home with our kids. I was with our kids for our oldest first 4 years and our youngest first year. And then he kind of took over. And I still am dealing with that guilt of, am I a good enough mom? Because I'm a children's librarian. I'm spending more time with the children at the library than I do with my own kids. And the truth is, we still have a parent at home. So why am I dealing with that? You know what I mean?
Why do we do this to ourselves?
Yes.
And it's this internalized thing.
And I like that it is hard to read, and it's a trigger warning for you guys. It's hard to read about a pregnancy loss.
Yes.
Which she did face.
Yes, that was really.
And the thing is that that is a feminine struggle, right? Yeah. It's something we don't talk about, even though a quarter of pregnancies are miscarriages. And so it's a huge percentage. Yeah. And it made her feel less womanly because that's the burden we put on ourselves. And I just want to say as a side note, if she were fictional and you were writing this as a fictional person, she absolutely has to be a girl mom.
Yep.
She has to because she's fighting for women and that future of this is what my daughter needs. Now I'm a boy mom. So I'm teaching them to fight for women.
And thank
you. Will.
Thank
you. Will respect women.
Her rules are very...
Yeah. Yep. Our oldest is going through the puberty discussions, and we're like, girls' bodies are going to change, and you don't get to comment on them. He's like, okay, understood.
Well, this sort of brings up an interesting thing to me, and this is a little insider baseball about writing. In my first version of the book, what I wanted to do is I wanted to show Frances Perkins as a young person becoming Madam Secretary, and then I wanted to see her as a secretary, very confident and in her skin from the outside. And I thought, oh, well, the person who knows that best is her labor solicitor, Charlie Wyzanski. And so I had sort of his point of view in there, and he was observing her. And ultimately, my writing critique partners, they were like, you can't do this because this is a woman's story, and having him narrate what she's like, tell her story, borders on disrespect.
Oh, wow, yeah.
Now, I wasn't sure about that because, of course, Charlie is actually her protege. But in retrospect, I thought that was right. And this is no diss on Charlie Wyzanski, who's a great character. He's fun. You're going to love him.
Oh, yeah.
100%. I love her. He's a nervous little dude. He's a nervous little dude.
And I like that we're talking about World War II at that time, and so he's Jewish.
Yes, he is.
And then she gets called the secret Jew, like she was trying to hide her heritage.
Because heaven forbid.
It's just like, women can be women, and Jewish people can be Jewish people, and they can still do functioning jobs. Like, how about we just talk about that for
I can have a uterus and walk out the house.
Wow. It makes me think
that's really surprising,
have
Tom.
you seen the show Parks and Rec?
Yes.
So Leslie Knope is my favorite, and I just want to say
her.
for everybody, she would not have worked in Parks and Rec. She would have worked at the library. Trust me. I work in city government. That woman worked for the library. But
I believe you.
But when she's running, when her husband is running for office, they're asking her, "Where are your kids?" And she's like, "Why does no one ask him where our kids are?" And that's what was happening here. And not only was she taking care of a kid and the country, she's the wife of a mentally ill man. And she's trying to balance that too. Like, she loves him, but he was not there. Like, he was very sick.
And she doesn't have a choice. Like, she must work to support her child.
Because he
But she never tells people that
Right.
because she also
Correct.
doesn't
Because
want.
we don't talk about that stuff back then.
Well,
Right.
but also because he was in the political world too.
Yes.
And let's say he gets better because he does have those rises in his life. He needs to be able to work.
Yeah, she doesn't want to have a stigma attached
Taint
to
him, right, yeah.
So she, I'm not saying that her daughter didn't suffer for her public service. I think that she did. But I don't think Frances had a choice. And I also
it's
think
a
that
sacrifice.
anybody who serves the country, their family does pay a price.
Yeah.
And it's part of what they sign up for.
in military retirements,
Military families,
they
yeah.
give you.
They do not issue your spouse and kids in your sea
No,
bag.
but at military retirements, they honor the spouses and the children. They give
And they
them
should.
certificates.
They should.
But that's all they get.
Wow.
They don't get
Yeah.
education or housing or anything like that. Let's go back to questions before I go on a
Okay.
tangent.
All right.
We meet so many historical figures in
a
this
lot.
novel. But two that fascinate me personally was the Roosevelts, Eleanor and Franklin. Even Teddy was in there. Which
Yeah.
I love
was
it.
I was a Theodore Roosevelt, he was my hyperfixation all in middle school for some reason.
He got shot and kept speaking
kept
like
talking.
it's
This
fine.
family has so much history, and you did such a great job on not letting them overpower the story of Frances.
Yeah.
Which they could have. They could
Oh,
have taken
yeah.
over
They
this.
have for
So-
decades.
Yes.
That's why we don't know
Yes.
about her.
So how did you pick and choose who to stay in the novel? There are so many figures in this time frame that you didn't keep that, and you kept them in the background that could have been in the foreground. There are so many people you even left out.
I did. And let me tell
I
you.
was so surprised. There's some people from this time frame. I was like, she's not gonna talk about him. But you know what? That's okay. We don't
That
need
was
to talk
not the
about him.
point.
Right, but I was just so. How did you decide to cipher who out?
It was really tough, and I want to talk about Theodore Roosevelt. I always want to call him Teddy, but I know he hated that.
I don't
So-
care. Teddy, he's dead.
He's dead. He gets no
he
say.
gets no say.
He's such a colorful figure, and Frances loved him so much. And I just knew though that if I put him on the page, he was going to take over.
That's who he is.
Yes, he's too colorful. And for those of you who are my readers, you know that every time the Marquis de Lafayette touches a page, he takes over the book. And so I knew, I was like, I can't do this.
Yep.
Teddy will absolutely ruin it. And I also already had FDR, who's a scene stealer.
He's already a freaking
And Eleanor's huge. So I knew they would have to be on the page, and I'd have to reckon with them. And so I really tried to hone this down. And the two characters that I kept for Frances that were famous and who could also be scene stealers were Mary Harriman Rumsey, who was her best friend.
Her best friend.
And she's the founder of the Junior League, for those of you who remember the Junior League. And also I kept Sinclair Lewis because he was funny.
He was funny.
And I thought he actually reveals a lot about Frances's character because Sinclair Lewis, for those of you who don't know, was a serious bad boy author. He's a cut up. He's a drunk. He's hilariously
He's a
fun.
rake.
He's a rake. He's
a rake of the
cynical.
times.
And the fact that she loved him so much.
He was wild though.
gives
Did he
you-
really try to marry her?
Yes,
He really was
did.
in love with her?
He
That's
was,
amazing.
yeah. Or at least he said he was. You never
Who
know.
knows? He was drunk at the time.
Yes.
He was wild though.
He was wild. So if you think about Frances, who's so buttoned up, right? And then this is one of her best friends. That tells me something about her, that she has a secret wild side, or she loves this kind
it's
of.
a balance,
I love that.
right?
Yeah.
She wants to have that part of her life. She liked having him in that part of her life.
Yeah.
He kept her fun. He kept her light.
Yeah.
But she knew she had a mission.
Yeah.
She knew that she had a greater purpose, and she could not let him keep her on that side of the street. She had to keep going on her path, or she would not get done what she fucking got done.
Oh yeah.
We're at the Key School.
Okay.
Edit that out.
We are very vocal in the curse words and the normal, but we try to behave when we're here.
Don't have a filter. So I'm gonna jump back to the Roosevelts. Eleanor was always rumored to be queer.
Yes.
Some historians believe that FDR and her had a loveless marriage. This was not part of your conversation. While you did highlight how FDR and Eleanor did treat each other and stayed away from the rumors at times, what brought you to those choices? You could have gone out in left field. You could have brought this whole LGBTQ LGBT plus community in,
Yeah.
and you left it in the sidelines, and you let history speak and go forward. So you could have let fiction take over.
I would have liked to be frank. I would have. But I think that if I had gone into Eleanor's sexuality, that deserves its own book, and that would take away from Frances's story. And then the real difficulty for me was deciding whether or not the rumors about Frances and Mary Harriman Rumsey were true. And if they were, that would have been great and interesting and juicy.
But that's their private business.
Well, she made sure that I could never find out.
Good for you.
Frances destroyed all the letters.
Of course she did.
Yeah.
Of course she
But in
did.
2015, this I brought this up to Molly because I was like doing research on her to find out my own stuff. And in 2015, she was named Pride Icon of the Year, and I was like, wait a minute,
She would have hated that.
Just because of her intense sense of privacy, she would have. But it was really tough because I think if anybody deserved a happy love story, is Frances Perkins. Yes.
Oh boy, yeah.
Boy, did she deserve one. But I didn't find the evidence of it. And for me, the key point is that Frances felt tremendously burdened by her role in history. She knew she was the first woman, and she was terrified every move she made would be scrutinized, and that it would impact other women. And so she wrote something that I thought was very important. She said that her enemies were always trying to catch her in some scandal revolving money, love, or corruption, and she would never give them the satisfaction of giving them any information on a scandal. She just wouldn't do it. And I thought, she's a married woman. She's not happy because her husband is institutionalized.
Her poor husband.
But she was very religious, very married, and if she had engaged in an extramarital lesbian affair, it could have caused her political trouble. And so whatever she felt inside, I would need evidence to put on the page that she was willing to do it, to take that political risk. And I didn't have that evidence, so I didn't go with it. However, if someone finds that evidence and rewrites the book, I will read it.
You let us know if you find a hidden letter.
That's right. Yes.
yeah.
You've written 5 solo novels.
Yes.
And 5 novels you've written with others.
Yeah.
Do you sleep?
She does not.
Not enough. Not enough. No.
Are you working on anything new you want to share with us?
Yes. So I am working again with my sometimes co-author Laura Camoy, my very good friend. We're getting the band back together again, and we are writing about a very little known founding mother named Abigail Adams.
Who is mentioned in this book as well.
And we are so excited about this, and we can't wait for readers to get their hands on it.
How's the co-writing process for you two?
Yeah. Oh, for us, it's pretty seamless. We sort of speak the same writer language, and so
That's nice.
we have a very magical writing relationship. And whenever I'm writing a scene, I just want to make Laura happy. If I can make her grin or cry or be emotional, and so we're each other's first audience, and we're actually writing for each other. Yeah.
If I write a scene and I go, April's gonna hate this. Either I know she's gonna hate it because it's stupid, or she's gonna hate it because it's gonna annoy her. The annoy her one, I'm gonna keep. The one she's gonna hate, it's gone.
Yeah.
I beta read for her a lot.
So we're book besties and you're book besties.
Exactly.
Yeah.
So what's your writing routine like? Advice for our baby authors you want to share?
Ooh, advice for our baby authors, I would say don't get obsessed with perfecting what you're working on. One of the best pieces of advice I ever wrote or ever got when I was writing sort of the same story and revising it over and over and over again, and I believe it was Maureen McHugh, she said something to the effect of, you've only got one product. So it's sort of like a lottery, and you can't be just so obsessed on one project that you don't have enough to try to sell. So that made me put that project aside, try some other things, and it was actually something else that got me first published. And then, of course, subsequently, I was able to go back to the old projects and get those in shape and get those sold. But in order to make your first break, I think it's best to try a lot of things.
Yeah. I mean, so you Lin-Man Miranda'd. He wrote In the Heights when he was having writer's block on Hamilton.
I did not know that.
Yeah, I learned that because I was having writer's block, and then it just pissed.
I'm waiting for him to pick up this book and then make it into a musical. This is the next Hamilton right here.
Lynn, if you're out there,
we got a story for you.
call me.
So this is your time to hit us with the socials. Anything else you're promoting? Do at it.
I really hope that readers will stay in touch with me. Come to stephaniedre.com. I have a monthly Historical Book of the Month club, and you can win free books. I also give away deleted scenes because there are lots of them from this book. That. Yeah, and I love to interact with readers, so that would be awesome.
I love that. Accessible authors.
Yes.
Love it.
We love a good accessible author.
And we'll tag you in everything. We'll have her website listed. Yay. I think right now Tom has your book, the link to your book on available for all of our viewers. So yeah.
Thank you.
This literally, guys, this just came out a month ago.
March 14th?
I was shocked because I went to go buy it and I was like, wait a minute, it's not available yet. Cool.
Well, and I've been doing a lot of book clubs, so I'd like to zoom into book clubs. So if you have one, let me know. I would love to visit and chat with you. Because
well, I'm a librarian. So,
all right. Okay. We'll talk.
We'll talk. I'll be like, hey, I know this author.
We appreciate your time today, Stephanie.
Yeah, you are welcome anytime. Come back again. We would love you.
You guys are a trip. I love it.
This is
game.
Bring another book.
Okay.
And we won't be at a key school.
Let the F-bombs fly.
And we can talk about the whole thing without spoilers. Do you want to do the outro?
Sure. That's it for now. Until next time, besties, get lost in your favorite book. Bye.
She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
The Book Besties. Back again.
I love that.
We are live from the Annapolis Book Festival at the Key School free event all day today.
rain or shine.
And apparently it did rain a little bit. And we have with us Tara Shelton Harris, author of this book right here, One Summer in Savannah. Wonderful book. Wonderful book. Thank you so much for coming.
Wow, thank you guys so much for having me. This has been the best day.
Yeah.
It has been so great. So thank you so much
Oh,
for having me.
yay. And we told an author this morning. Last year, we kind of negotiated on authors, Molly and I. We had our favorites, and I had my favorite, she had her favorites. We kind of compromised on the 5. The 5 this year, they were our top list, all 5.
Perfect.
So we're like, hopefully they'll say yes.
Yes, of course.
Yeah.
Every year now, I think as we progress, every year Trisha's gonna tell the authors, you're going to the book festival.
You got their vibe, yeah.
You're coming.
You're coming with us. So I'm going to do a quick bio, and then we can do. You can tell us about your book. So Tara Shelton Harris is a former librarian, which I'm a librarian too. So.
Yay, librarian.
And a freelance writer who now writes upmarket Southern fiction with bittersweet endings. Yes, you do.
know.
Sorry. Thanks.
As a freelance writer, her work has appeared in consumer and trade magazines, including Catapult, Women's Health, Every Day with Rachel Ray, which is so cool, Backpacker, Minority Nurse, Hallmark, and more. She's the author of One Summer in Savannah, which was a Target book pick, and Library Read Selection, also very cool. Together We Read pick, and it was a Goodreads Choice Award nominee for Best Debut, which is incredible.
Yeah.
And you're also the author of upcoming novel. It comes out next month, right?
Yes, next month.
So we'll talk a little bit about that later, but it's called Long After We Are Gone, and I believe our editor, Tom, my husband, has links to both her books. So pre-order.
Pre-order, please.
Get that pre-order credit,
Yes,
you know?
please.
Yeah, I'm right when we're done, I'm going to add it to cart.
Seriously.
Pre-order.
Thank you.
I'm gonna go for the audiobook, but that's who I am.
Audiobook is reading. It's reading.
Thank you.
Yes.
We have this argument on all the time because dyslexia and people
That's
with
right.
vision and
That's right.
all the other issues.
That's right.
It is reading for them.
Mhm.
That's right.
Audiobook is reading.
That's
Fight me.
right. That's right.
Mhm.
That's right.
Yep.
Catch me outside.
So can you? Oh my gosh, I have to apologize to people when they meet her sometimes.
I love this energy. This
Thank
is
you.
great.
Well, she's a good balance for me.
It is an energy for sure.
She got green hair and all. You want to tell us about your book?
Yes. So my book is One Summer in Savannah, and the quick little log line as elevator pitch, as we writers are told that we need to come up with, is it's about a woman who conceived a child after a sexual assault and has to make a decision whether or not to allow her attacker's family into her daughter's life. Dum dum dum.
Right.
And so
dot.
And so the book opens with Sarah Lancaster living in coastal Maine with her 8-year-old genius daughter, Alana. And every day, Alana is starting to ask more and more questions about her father. Questions, of course, Sarah can't answer because she does not know. And so Sarah knows one day is going to come that she's going to have to explain to her daughter, her birth. But she doesn't know how.
Right.
Until she gets a phone call that her father's ill and she must return home to Savannah to face the ghost of her
That
past.
Sarah's father's ill.
Yes, that Sarah's father's ill, and she must return home to face the ghost of her past. And so while she's there, she's taking care of her father and running his bookstore, and very desperate to keep the secret of Alana away from the Weilers, the powerful family of the man who attacked her. And she thinks she can succeed until, of course, she accidentally runs into the identical twin brother of the man who attacked her. Dun dun dun. Jacob Weiler.
All the things.
Seriously.
Who just recently also returned home. And so, but she doesn't know she can trust Jacob. You know, what she doesn't know is that Jacob is no fan of his family. He has not spoken to his brother in years. He hasn't seen his mother in years. But of course, Sarah doesn't know this. And so she's very desperate. And so she enters into this agreement with him in exchange for his silence that he can spend time with Alana. And, you know, as these things happen, as they begin to spend more and more time together, they are drawn together in unexpected ways.
For sure.
For sure.
Yep, that's the thing.
That's what happens. I mean, oh, wow.
It's hard and it's heavy, guys, and it's got all the trigger warnings.
It does.
So be cautious when reading this.
And if you read your note at the beginning,
Yes.
you're very
Gentle to the
gentle.
readers.
Yeah,
Yes.
like, hey, we never explicitly go through what happened during the sexual
Right.
assault.
Right.
But even that little bit, knowing that this came about, if this is too much for you,
Yes.
understandable. Which is something we actually do on our podcast
Yeah,
too.
right.
We give
Okay.
trigger warnings at the
Warnings.
top of episodes,
Right.
and we let people know, like, hey, if this one isn't for you, skip it.
That's right.
No hurt feelings.
No,
That's right.
because we want people to feel safe.
That's right.
Yeah. So this is your first novel,
Yes.
and it got a lot of recognition. So, like, how has that felt?
That it's been, first of all, I am very grateful.
Mm-hmm.
You know, you sit alone and you write a book and you hope
Yep.
that maybe more than your mother and your husband read it.
Right.
And then you just like let it go, and then you start to get the reception that you know people like it, and not just your mother and your husband love it. Like, people really love it. And so I'm very blessed and very honored that something that I wrote has moved and touched people, and for it to
Yeah.
get the recognition, especially as a debut author. You know, so many books. You know, we're librarians. We know how many books come out every week.
Right.
Yeah.
And, you know, for my book not to get lost in the sea of
Right.
books was just very, you know, I'm very honored and very blessed of that.
Yeah.
And so I'm just trying to take it all in stride, really.
Yeah.
and
It's
just
it's
stay
a lot.
level-headed.
Yeah.
It can be overwhelming.
We interviewed Liv Constantine, the author duo Liv Constantine, before the podcast, before this today. Valerie, who is half of that writing duo, is here, and they've written 10 books.
Wow.
And I was like, that's a shelf.
That's
Like,
right.
you've written a shelf. Like,
Yes.
that's how my
That's right.
brain processes
But they're
it.
so
You know,
deep.
because, you know, we've
They're
got...
so deep in the industry, they're like,
Yeah.
Whereas,
Yeah.
whereas James
Yeah.
Patterson, he'd be everywhere.
Yeah,
I'm just-
everywhere. Just every
read
day.
his books,
Every
read his
every
books.
week. Yeah.
I'm like, why are you always in...
why are you up in my business, James?
Right.
Save some for us. Like,
Right.
let me get my book
Seriously.
out,
Right.
James.
We would really.
It's all his
we-
ghostwriters, though. We all know.
We, we
That's right.
would like to be published too, sir.
Yeah.
Please.
Yes. So this book is heavy. Like I said, your author note talks about the difficulty of forgiveness and this inspiration for the story. So I was wondering if you could tell our audience
Yes.
about your inspiration.
Yes, because this is the question that I'm asked quite often.
Yeah.
So there's two real life circumstances that led to the writing of this book. And the first one was the South Carolina church shooting.
Oh.
And you know, back then, you know, when we heard about these mass shootings, you know, it would polarize us, and we would stop and we would watch. Unfortunately, now it's one of those things that happens quite often, and so maybe we don't
just keep
stop as
going.
much. But I remember we stopped, and just days after that event, the survivors and their family members, they walked into that church, that courthouse, and they forgave the shooter. And I said to myself,
Bigger people than me.
I don't know anything about forgiveness. I don't know anything about forgiveness, because I assumed that there were acts and crimes and behaviors that was just okay that you didn't
Yeah.
forgive.
Right.
And they taught me the opposite of that.
Yeah.
And that
My thing is, you hurt a child. I
Yeah.
can't.
Yeah.
and
Yeah.
that's one of your huge conversations here is forgiveness.
That's right.
And finding that in yourself first.
That's right.
And that is more difficult than anything else.
That's right.
Finding that you have to forgive yourself before you can forgive the other person.
That's right.
Yeah.
You have to
That's right.
forgive yourself for allowing this to happen in your mind.
That's
You
right.
have to forgive yourself
That's right.
for every steps you believe that led you to this. Then in your mind, you have to forgive that person.
Yeah.
You have to let it go. You have to move forward. And as a kid that cut her dad off,
That's right.
Yeah.
I can't do that.
Yeah, but then you get the argument of forgiveness doesn't necessarily mean that they have full access again.
That's right. That's right.
And Molly and I, we have different religious viewpoints. And I'm not sorry to bring this to a place of religion, but I'm a very strong Christian. Our family is every Sunday. And for me, I believe God's grace is, so fully and complete. And then I don't feel like I'm always gracious.
right.
And so this book actually made me look at myself too a little bit, because I still feel like, wow, how do you
Yeah.
get to that
How do you
place?
get to that place?
That's the twin brother,
Yeah.
identical twin brother.
It's
Yeah.
such a conversation. I'm sure in the future this will be in philosophy classes about morality.
Yeah.
Because there is a conversation about personal morality, cultural morality, There is a conversation about blame. There's just all these different little tinctures in here that make this such a deep and in-depth conversation without making it heavy.
That's right. That was the whole point, was to just challenge the reader's definition of forgiveness.
Yeah.
I am a very deeply religious person as well. And forgiveness was always something that was told to me that I had to do.
Yeah.
But it was never defined. I had never taken the moment to define forgiveness for myself. It was something that I was told I was supposed to do and always to consider. But no one said, what does that mean?
What does that look like?
And what does that look like? And so I
How's it
wanted to
feel?
write a book that challenged people's definition.
And that's
make
what-
them think about
Yeah.
what it means to you.
Yeah, absolutely.
And
And
that's 100% what this does.
Yeah.
Because her and I have had different feelings about this book, vastly different feelings about this book.
I loved it. We
But we
both loved it.
Okay,
But I was like, this
let me
is
clear
really
that up.
hard for me.
Yes, let's clear this up. We had different feelings about the relationships in this
Oh yeah.
book.
Yes. Yes. And so-
It's so beautiful though. It is a really, really good
I'm going to
book.
shut up before I spoil it.
So the other real life circumstance that happened was when I was telling a friend of mine that I wanted to write a book that challenged people's definition of forgiveness. She says, I have a story for you. And I thought, okay, what's the story?
Yeah.
And she says, she told me something that I never knew. She told me that she had conceived a child from a sexual assault. And she said these words, and she says, and I practice the act of forgiveness every day. And I realized, okay, I have a theme, I have a story. And so this
What
story
a
is loosely based on her life.
Beautiful friend to share that with you.
And
Gracious.
because you're not like we talked about looking at the identical twin of of the person that raped you, but you look at the daughter that you love fully, and she looks like him,
She emulates them.
Right.
and she has their same like brain, like she's
Can
really
you wear a watch?
really smart.
Can you wear a
I
watch?
love that. Never knew that was a thing, and that was like so funny.
I'm so surprised. I've met so many people that you can't wear. Most of my husband's family cannot wear watches, and I thought that was.
I
something
didn't know that was a
everybody
thing.
knew. You can't wear watches.
I can't wear anything.
Okay. See?
Because it's like I have the earrings in. They're gonna come out as soon as we're done today.
Yeah.
Because it's textures.
Yeah.
I can't like
But-
touching my body.
But she
no.
like breaks watches.
Yeah.
They're,
Yeah,
like,
like-
yeah.
that's
Yeah.
crazy to me.
Yeah.
Yeah, so I'm a huge fan of Law and Order SVU, and Olivia Benson, who is like a boss.
Dun,
Yes.
dun, dun,
Um,
dun, dun, dun,
She
dun.
is the daughter of a woman who was sexually assaulted
Right.
and conceived through rape too. And so like immediately that's where my head went,
Yeah.
you know, but I was like, what a interesting look at this story.
Right.
Yeah.
Because I do believe in forgiveness, but that doesn't always mean you get access. And that's
right.
what she's doing with her daughter.
That's right.
Like, I can work on that forgiveness,
That's right.
but I don't want them to be a part of our lives.
That's right. And that's fair.
It's fair. She's absolutely let it feel that way. So one of the things I found really interesting about your book, and I was like here for it. I was like,
Yeah.
yes.
Yeah.
Daniel's convicted.
Yeah.
Like he is convicted of rape, and it's not a spoiler because it actually happens
Yes.
pretty early in the book that we know this. So did you play around with different versions of him being convicted and not convicted?
I did, and because there's so many circumstances that this book could go, because of the child custody issues that comes along with this book. I had to decide whether or not if he was convicted, the book would have went one way, and if
Right.
he wasn't convicted, the book would have went another way.
way.
So I had to decide which path I wanted to go, and I chose to have him convicted because it's an opposite of reality. So
Yeah.
many of these, so many
Yeah.
of these attackers are not convicted, and
That
I
was
just
like-
wanted to change history. I just wanted to make him convicted.
That was the biggest piece of fiction here. That a man got convicted for rape.
Right.
Right. And so I wanted, so then I thought, okay, if I have him not be convicted, you know, the story would have taken a different way, but then I wanted him convicted. I wanted women to have,
Yeah.
to see what this looks like, because it doesn't happen very often.
No.
And the fact that a rapist would have access to their child is just like beyond
Insane.
me.
Yes.
The fact
Like
that
I
there's
never
no laws
thought
for
about
this,
that.
There's no loss. There's
No
loss.
less. And I did a little Googling after reading this book because I was like, holy damn.
Yeah.
And like across the United States, I counted 4 states that have laws.
Yeah.
4.
Four.
And
And then that came up in your research too.
Yes.
4.
I wanted to.
And they're surprising.
Well, when my friend told me this, we're librarians. We love research.
100%.
We
You
love
tell me
diving into
something, I'm going
research.
down a rabbit hole.
And I'm like, what is
that's why I do
this?
it.
Because I wanted to bring awareness to these women that this happens to. And I'm like, so let me see how often and whatever. What are the laws and what are the things? And I was very, very surprised to read that there's no federal law.
Nope.
That restricts the rights of a man who conceived a child from a sexual assault. No federal law, which means it's left to the states. As you said, only 4. And so 50 states, 50 different laws, and there are some states that barely don't even have anything on the books for this at all.
That's crazy.
And so I wanted to put that research into the book. I wanted
Because that's important.
It's very important to understand why Sarah was so reluctant in returning home and opening up her and her daughter to this other family because there's no law.
And she went to one of the states she knew her kid was going to be protected.
Exactly.
She did her research.
That's
she
right.
took care of herself.
That's right.
Smart girl.
Right.
Very smart. Because she was young, too. Because she's 18.
She was 18 when she found out she was pregnant.
But was she 17 when she was assaulted?
She was 17.
Yeah, that's what I thought.
And she found out
at a party.
After the
And the way that the trial drags her through the mud and the way that the family is, like, that feels real to me. Like, that is the he said, she said, right? Oh, no one's going to believe you.
Exactly.
It's the Murtaughs, and not the Murtaughs. What happened down in Beaufort, in the Carolinas, where that boy crashed the boat, and then his dad was convicted for killing him and his mom.
Yeah.
No idea.
The Murtaughs.
Murtaughs.
Yeah.
The Murtaughs. Like, this is, that gives that was what I was thinking about with the money, the wealth, the influence. I was like, oh, it's Murtaughs.
Because that's what happens.
And it's the South.
You look at the Brock Turner case.
I was going to say,
You look at the Brock Turner case. He was from an affluent family, and the judge, he didn't mean, he's a good kid. He was a good kid, and he didn't mean to. And so
the judge says we shouldn't ruin his future. He's a young kid.
What about her future? What about her life?
It doesn't matter. Her future doesn't matter.
What about her mental health for the rest of her life?
And I thought you have Daniel's biracial. I think you have a different story here if your character is white.
That's right.
Because statistically, he's more likely to get off.
That's right.
Yep.
That's right. That was right.
And actually, that's so funny because Brock Turner that you brought up, Tom and I were literally talking about that on the way up. Wow. Because I'm doing all these leadership.
He changed his name, by the way.
Yeah, he did. And he lives in Ohio.
He did.
He changed his name. By the way, I don't know
Ohio.
what it is right now off the top of my head, but I will put it in notes on Tuesday. He changed his name, and we're going to always remember him because Brock Turner, you're never hiding.
Yeah.
You're never hiding.
Because I'm a department head, because I have employees, I went through a whole bunch of trainings, and one of the recent ones was sexual harassment. And I was telling my husband on our way up here that people, I find it shocking how many people were surprised when Me Too started. And so many women were saying, Me Too, Me Too, Me Too. And all of us women are like, what do you mean you're surprised? That's our reality. That's our reality.
About it doesn't mean it didn't happen.
Right.
Right. I was having a conversation last night, and I was talking. I said, every woman I know has been sexually assaulted. Sexual assault does not necessarily mean rape. It can be an unwanted touch or unwanted, speech.
And
it could be anything.
So early.
It starts so early.
Once the bodies start changing too,
it's
all the comments, right?
And it's always like the older uncle is like, look who's becoming a woman.
And it's like, ew, gross.
Don't do that.
We read a book this season called Grace Year.
Oh, Grace
and
Year.
that book is a lot of like religious trauma and how women are perceived in societies, and it is there's a depth there that I was not expecting. It was so good.
Because there's this conversation in it about, so it's handmaiden-esque because the girls are sent to this camp for a year to get rid of their magic,
which is their womanhood.
It's their womanhood.
Break them down.
It's literally a year to make sure that they stay out in the woods and are destroyed by the end of it. So they come back these beaten down creatures who are just doing whatever the men say.
And don't tempt the men, because God forbid, right?
Yeah. God
And
forbid
if they dream,
can't.
God forbid they be
Control
responsible
themselves.
for themselves,
Yeah.
right? And I'm a boy mom, so I have 2 boys, and that is my husband and I. Our oldest is he's in middle school, so he's doing the puberty thing.
Yeah.
And the conversation we had with him a few years ago was, girls' bodies are going to change.
right.
You don't get to comment on it.
You
It's
don't
not
get
your
to comment.
place.
Yep.
You get no. This is how it works.
Yep. That's right.
I mean, that's just not the norm. That's not the norm. I mean, our bodies are commented on from
That's right. That's right.
Even the little things like, oh, she's going to be a heartbreaker.
Yeah, even those things.
And
we, after the Me Too movement, we have to change the conversation. And these books like One Summer in Savannah, and anything around the Me Too movement makes people uncomfortable because people don't want to talk about things that makes them uncomfortable. And we're talking about, having to, for boy moms, to be able to have a conversation that you had with your sons and say, you don't get to comment on that. Because when I was in school, when boys hit you, they liked you. He chased me around the playground because they liked you. So we have to change all of that. We have to rewire all of that.
It starts at the beginning. And April says this all the time on pod. She does not like the expression "boys will be boys."
I hate it.
Yeah,
because
it's not fair.
So you're explaining away poor behavior in them, but the poor behavior is never explained away for girls.
That's right.
Girls are always supposed to be demure. Girls are always supposed to be this.
That's right.
So giving ownership in this book is the biggest piece of fiction in here. No offense.
No, I love it.
Yeah.
I find it inspiring. She's
is.
17.
Yeah.
She's sexually assaulted at a party, and she stands up for herself.
Yes.
And even though the community isn't necessarily in favor of her family is.
Right.
Like, her dad is like, yes, I will 100%.
That's right.
And there is a conversation in there where she considers going and having an abortion. And then realizes, I can't punish
That's right.
what I'm carrying because her dad did wrong.
That's right.
That's not
That's right.
a life I can take.
That's right.
Which I thought was beautiful. I have chills saying that. It's just, there's such a depth here, and it's so freaking poetic. Like, it's not just the poetry that you bring in, it's the way that you write. There's so many descriptors that I'm like, I've never been to Savannah, but I'm in Savannah right now.
Yeah, that's really cool. Thank you.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Girl, it's because you read, because you're a librarian.
Because I'm librarian, we know.
We know good books. So, Hosea owns a bookstore. That is her father. That is Sarah's father. And he focuses on poetry, so this is a good transition. So he also speaks in poetry, which was very interesting. This becomes a habit for Sarah and Jacob. They pick up as well. Can you explain your process for selecting the poems?
Yes. Okay, so I'll talk about how I selected them and then why.
Yes, love that.
So I'm in English, for librarians, I have all these English degrees.
Me too.
So,
My bachelor's.
yeah, we have all these degrees. And so, I don't know for you, but for me, poetry was always like one of those classes you had to take. But I wanted to take poetry because I love poetry so much. And so it was not difficult to select the poems because like people know song lyrics. Yeah, I know poems the exact same way. And so whenever I was writing, I would just think about a poem. And I used a lot of my favorites because they were free, public domain.
I was going to say, how much we going into this?
Public domain. So I used a lot of the classics, Whitman, Yeats, Paul Laurence Dunbar, because they were free to use.
Yes.
I was a debut author. I mean, I don't have any money.
No.
And my publisher was like, she's a debut author. We're not paying for the rights for these. Right. But thankfully, I've been studying them, so I knew them, and then they were free in the public domain. There was a couple that weren't free that I wanted, and we just took those out and replaced those for free ones.
Hank Green, who wrote
all the
Remarkably Bright Creature. Nope,
Yep,
that's his brother. John. That's his brother, John. Oh my gosh, an absolutely remarkable thing.
There you go.
Remarkably Bright Creatures is about an octopus.
Yes.
So an absolutely remarkable thing. There, he uses Queen lyrics in there, and he did one of his YouTube videos because he's part of the Vlog Brothers YouTube. It cost $10,000 for the one line that he used in there, and he was able to do it because he's Hank Green.
He's Hank Green.
He may be a debut author, but he already had that notoriety.
Yeah.
So that was great that you were able to use
I didn't even think about that.
Yeah.
I did. I was going.
I didn't even think about that as an author, but I was so enthralled in the story. But the dad,
I know.
Just the way he speaks and his heart, and you were so gentle with him because you can feel his pain.
Yes.
Every time that man speaks, every word is purposeful, and he doesn't use words unless he absolutely has to.
That's right.
So for him to it's gorgeous. I can't explain it.
So Hosea, what I did not say, and I don't feel like I feel like we need to normalize a lot of things. Jose was on the spectrum.
Yes.
And
Yeah, I picked that up too.
I didn't want to
Yes,
have to
ma'am,
make a
he
big
is.
deal about it. Why can't we just talk about these things?
He
Why
is
can't it just
absolutely,
be?
he's
Why do we have to
absolutely
make
on
a
the spectrum.
precursor of a paragraph? That's just the way.
That's who he is.
And I've heard from so many people who caught that and said, okay, Jose's on the spectrum. Or
Yes.
they had a son or a grandfather or
I have-
someone who is mute or who speaks differently or who doesn't speak very much at all.
I had a great uncle that only spoke in song lyrics for years. He had a brain injury though.
See?
So,
But see, yeah, I mean, so
but
It's a neurodivergence.
it's neurodivergence, and I didn't want to make a big deal about it. Why can't it just be that this is something that's happening to people, and just like let's just not have to have the conversation about it. Let's just let it be part of this book.
And he surrounds himself with people that they see him,
Yes,
not
and they
this neurodivergence.
Yes.
And I got confused at one point because, oh gosh, I blanked on her name. What?
Sylvia.
I looked down, saw it. I thought that was her stepmom, but they're not actually married, are
They
they?
never got married.
But
She lives
they're
across the street.
she lives across the street. When he walked her home one night in the book, I was like, wait a minute,
this
she
was
doesn't.
they had a Goldie Hawn, Kurt Russell type of relationship.
Right,
Like
right.
they've been together like
You know,
all this
this
time and
reminds
just
me-
never got married.
it reminds me of my mom and my stepdad. They started dating when I was 13.
Mm-hmm.
They didn't move in together till I was in my 30s.
Oh wow.
They got married around that time frame. They still prefer separate bedrooms because my stepfather snores like a bear, and it shakes the whole house.
But
so
but
my
for
mom
me, that
needs
was
at least 2 doors between.
that
them.
was an indication of his neurodivergence as
Yes.
well. Like
Yeah.
he already did the wife thing.
Yeah.
She passed away, so he did the wife thing.
He did what
So
he was supposed
can
to do.
he can
Right.
love someone,
That's right.
but he doesn't have to like be
Doesn't
all up
have
in
to be.
her space.
What people's relationships are different. I was just reading an article about marriage sleep divorce.
Yeah.
And I was like, what is sleep divorce? And it's that when the couple stop sleeping in the bed together and they sleep in separate bedrooms, they still love each other, but they sleep in separate bedrooms because that's what's best for them. So why
It's what
can't
they
we
need.
normalize different relationships?
Because-
Yep, that was my
Why-
grandparents.
why-
They
I-
slept in separate beds for as long as I was alive,
That's right.
probably
That's
longer.
It's like, why are we judging from outside?
That's right.
Every relationship has its own structure and, you know, building blocks.
Right.
Like, my relationship with my husband has been analyzed several times by our family and outsiders. I am told I am mean to my husband. And I am aggressive towards him. These two can tell you I'm not an asshole to my husband. I am. I'm an asshole to everybody. But
No.
She's been my best friend since 2009. You think I'd still be here?
I know.
I would not.
know. No.
I
like
would
you,
not
like
stay
I
here.
ever gave you a choice.
She didn't. She's the extrovert. I was just adopted.
That's how I pick them up.
Yeah.
Yep. You're mine now.
Yeah, that's it.
Okay.
Those are the words I say.
So Hosea speaks in poetry because he's loosely based on my grandfather,
Oh, wow.
who suffered a stroke, and see he lost his ability to speak. So for the rest of his life, we had to decipher what he was trying to tell us through sounds and movements that he made. And so I thought I wanted to honor him in some way.
It's a beautiful
How
way
can
to
I
do
do
it.
that? But I need Sarah's father to speak. So
Right.
why not poetry? Because when you read a poem, you think about it. When you finish reading a poem, what do you have to do? You have to decipher what
What it means to you.
what it means. And so that was the same with him. And so that's why Hosea speaks in poetry. Now, I didn't think, I'm going to be honest with you, I thought this is never going to work. My editor's going to be like, what? Can I curse on here?
Yeah.
Yeah.
What the hell are you doing? Yeah, no, this is not something that is really, you see in fiction. You don't see a character speak completely in poetry. And I thought she's going to say, you're out of your mind.
It works
And
so
she
well.
didn't. She was like, yeah, this is fine, leave it.
And for
It
me,
works so well. Though.
poetry-
It's creative. It's original.
poetry, especially our classic poets, they can feel inaccessible
That's right.
to people who are not
That's right.
literary nerds like
That's
we
right.
are.
That's right.
But he is talking to her in a language that they love.
That's right.
Yep.
It's something that has bonded them. And so even if you don't personally know those words,
That's right.
you know what language they're speaking.
That's right.
And
That's
tone and context go a long way.
Yeah.
In that.
Yeah.
Because Josiah, he has a poem for each person
That's
he
right.
loves.
She does.
And
Special one.
if you have a poem, you are a loved one and
That's
you're
right. That's
important
right.
to him.
That's right.
And he uses those and the tones and inflections. And I have to tell you, the audiobook narrator did such a good job on him. And the
It's a
way-
good audiobook.
It is such a beautiful audiobook. Did you get a pick?
I did not. Not this one, but my second one I did get to pick.
The audiobook narrator is fantastic though, and again, grace in this book because this book needs a lot of grace and the cadence of him and the way he spoke, nailed it.
Perfect.
Nailed it.
Thank you.
So Alana is a genius.
Yeah.
That's Sarah's daughter. It's her genius that first bonds Sarah and Jacob.
Right.
What sort of research did you do for the mathematics in this book? Because speaking as like a librarian, I don't know math.
Me either.
Don't sign me up for math.
That is my kryptonite. Math is you want me to crumble? Give me a math problem.
I can put the numbers in order.
Yeah, that's it. I can.
But
add. I can.
Hillary had to coach me through math, college math. I cried her first. She'll tell you I was sobbing.
She's dyslexic,
Yeah.
so dyscalculia when the numbers get so that's really hard for her.
So it was fun to do this because I needed a reason for Sarah. She came home because her father was ill, but I needed a reason to keep her there. That was just stronger than just him being ill. And then so you see her, Alana's just genius.
Yeah.
And public school is just not going to work for her. Like she needs this extra tutoring, and I needed a reason to keep her there. So I thought, what could be a good reason? I thought, let's make her a genius. Let's make her need something more. So that's when I got the idea of the math. I'm not going to make her a math prodigy because I didn't know that Jacob and Daniel were going to be. They're not geniuses. People think, well, a family of geniuses. No, they were just really smart. She was the genius.
She's the genius, yeah.
She was a genius. And so I thought, okay, we're going to do all science. They're going to be all science-based. And so it was fun to do the research because there are different types of geniuses, which I never knew that. There's certain ones that they can pick up on foreign language very well, which Alana does that as well. There's the mathematics. There's all the different things. Yeah, she gets bored with languages when she learns them. She learned 3.
She's over it.
And she got bored with them. So it was really fun. And so when I was in the research, I found out about these problems, these certain millennia problems that have never been solved, and how important these problems are. That if we ever did solve them, they can define what time is and define certain things. And I thought, okay, I love the way this is going. I can have her be on her way to solving one of these problems. And so it was really fun to look in because only one of them so far has ever been solved. Only one.
And the
I picture
range
her
of
so
science.
clearly in my head too, by the way.
She's all of your characters are very clear cut. You took your time developing each one. That is very apparent. You definitely, I would be interested to know how long it took you to write this book because every single person in this book is well developed and thought of. There isn't a single character in this novel that hasn't had thought put into them.
Yeah. It took me less than a year to write.
Shut up.
Well, I will admit.
Shut up.
This is my COVID book. So my library closed for 3 months.
Mine too. Mine closed for almost a whole year.
Wow.
Yeah. I'm at a different library now.
Wow. Mine closed for 3. So I was still working from home, but I was at home, so I had more time.
Yeah.
So I was able to get a good chunk of it written.
Yeah, you just brain dump.
While I was at home, and then when my library opened back up again, I was locked in. So I was able to just kind of finish it I started in February of 2020, which the world shut down March 2020.
Yeah.
And then I finished it in November of 2020.
Dang.
Do you see? Sorry, I just thought of this.
Yeah.
Do you see Alana as neurodivergent as well? Do you think she's
to a certain extent because
twice
of her
exceptional?
social cues? Because she will walk up to a complete stranger and just start talking to them.
But I think part of that is she never really interacts with kids.
Yes.
She's always been around adults. Her mother has always protected her. And as someone that was kind of sheltered and always around adults, I get that. It was easier for her to talk to adults.
That's right. Yeah. And so a little, some. And people have asked me that, and I think I just want people to kind of assume whatever they want to assume. I would assume yes, just because, like you said, she doesn't have those social cues, and she didn't know how to filter herself and how to stop herself from talking to people. So I would say yes.
She's the character that, I don't know if it's because I'm a children's librarian, but she's the character that was the clearest in my head. Like I could really fill out what she looked like.
Right.
Like she was so clear to me.
Yeah. I can hear her. I can see her. Yeah.
And if they ever make a book of this, like if she's cast and she doesn't look like that, I'm gonna be like, no,
You're like, no.
I don't want it. But I'm sure you want it.
Please, whoever, which camera I need to look at?
All of them.
Please, can we we make it happen? We'd love that.
It's a great story.
Yeah.
I think it would be really good
Shonda.
as a mini series.
Well, honestly,
I think
it has Shonda vibes.
I have a film agent, and she said it's a movie.
really.
She feels like it's a movie.
I don't know.
I feel like
Not a series.
This would be a really great mini series.
that's what I think.
It would be especially like, yeah.
I think you can get more vignettes
that.
and fill out the characters more that
Yeah.
way. But if it were a movie, I'd still be happy.
I would still watch it.
Yeah, I'd be happy with anything.
Yeah.
Any of this, please.
It's really good.
It's-
So love comes in many different forms in this book, but I want to talk about the love of mothers for a moment.
Yes.
Because we have Sylvia, who's the closest thing that Sarah has to a mother, because her mother, Sarah's mother, is deceased. Sarah is the mother of Alana, and Bertie is Daniel's and Jacob's mom. But all of these women have very different ways that they mother. But they all do it in the name of protecting their children.
That's right.
Can you speak on the comparison?
Yes, I'm glad that you caught that there was all these
Sometimes
different
I
types of mothers. These are such great questions because it's things that not everybody, we read and we digest a book and we don't sometimes scratch below the surface to see why the
That's what
writer
we do here at Book
did.
Besties.
And that's a perfect question. So you were able to see that, Sylvia mothered Sarah a different way, and Bertie, God bless her, the way she mothered, her children, and even Sarah.
Bless her heart.
Bless her heart. She just did not do very well with
Bertie
that.
just doesn't know.
But I can understand the impulse.
Yeah.
I'm a boy mom. I can understand the impulse
Yeah.
to protect them.
Protect.
no matter
Even
what.
No matter what.
Even though if they did wrong,
No matter what.
I wouldn't. I'd be like, "That's on you, man.
Yeah,
that's not how I raised
that's
you."
That's right. And so I wanted to explore the different ways that people are mothered or how they show their love. And you had Sarah, for the whole time. She in the first chapter, the first paragraph of this book, she talks about how she didn't love Alana at first, but she could protect her. That she knew how to do, and that's what she wanted to do. And then later she discovered that protection is love. That was her love. And so I really wanted to show people that mothering looks different from different people.
It does. It does.
Moms, not everyone pops a baby out and instantly falls in love with it.
That's right.
And becoming a mother, like, I love my girls, but I didn't instantly go, oh my God, I'm madly in love with you.
And
I was like, oh my God, you're a tiny human I have to keep alive.
and your birth stories for both girls are very traumatic.
Right,
so
I didn't
she was
really-
trying to recover.
I mean, Piper, I woke up Monday, Piper was born on Saturday, so
Wow.
so I didn't really get to have a normal birth with her, and then Liv was an emergency, so, but Liv was different, but the point is you grow. You love, you're learning who these humans are, because they're a whole being of their own,
That's right.
and you can't just instantly fall in love with somebody.
Yeah, and when you're talking about Alana's birth story, that it's almost like bringing everything that happened to her to the forefront again.
Yeah.
It's this tiny creature who I grew inside me. I felt move inside me, but the way that she was made
That's right. Was hard.
was really traumatic.
But it's
This is
hard
hard.
for me.
And she made the decision not to have an abortion, but she also made the decision not to give her up.
That's right.
Like that was another option, right?
another
She
option
could
for her.
have she could have had an adoption.
Yeah.
And instead she chose, I'm going to raise her. I'm
Yeah.
going to be this girl's mom.
One of the unexpected things, I'm sorry,
No, go ahead.
that you write a book and you never know how it's going to touch people. And I've heard from Sarahs of the world, but I've also heard from women who, like you, had difficult, pregnancies.
Yeah.
I've heard from domestic violence survivors who found out they finally left and then, oh, I'm pregnant. And their first instinct is not, oh, I'm going to be a mother.
Oh my God.
We're taught that you're supposed to, oh, I'm pregnant, and you're supposed to have this great pregnancy, and you're supposed to
Pregnancy
push
was
out a
awful.
child, and you're supposed to love your child immediately. And the truth is, people's circumstances are different.
Right.
I'm not saying that they don't love their child, but it looks different.
Yeah.
Right.
And so
It's
I've
not
heard
all
from so many
cookie
people
cutter.
that have said thank you
Right.
for making a point to say Sarah did not love her child immediately, or that first thing was not this overwhelming burst of love.
What's wild for me in this book, I struggle more with her keeping the child and carrying the child and having the child than I do the relationship with the brother. I can see the divide between the siblings. I can understand that. I struggle with carrying my rapist's baby, keeping that baby, raising that baby. That's where the struggle, having that forever reminder is harder for me than the relationship.
Every day you have to wake up and practice forgiveness.
And which is wild, because in this story, that relationship is the flapping twin who looks just like him. So like,
so the keeping of
that piece exactly.
The keeping of Alana goes back to my friend's story. She was a very religious, person. That was not an option for her to have an abortion. It was not an option for her. And that's the decision that she made.
Right.
I don't want people to think that the decisions that Sarah made or my friend made, that's the way it should be.
Right.
Everybody's decision is going to be different, but that's the way.
Protect yourself.
However you need to, that's the decision that she made, that it was not an option for her. But if you think about it, when I first started writing this book, Roe v. Wade was the law of the land.
Yep.
And by the time this book came out, there was no Roe v. Wade.
Right.
Yep.
And so you think about how many more Sarahs we're going to have now, who don't have the option, who may want to have an abortion and don't have that option anymore if they don't live in a state where they can have one legally.
My fear, I'm not going to go too far into this, but my fear is the back alley, the coat hangers again. That's my concern right now. And that's where my heart hurts for the Sarahs of the world. Because they don't have the options. And in a situation like this, you've already lost all your options. Sarah did not get a choice that first time. And now, every domino after, you're telling her she doesn't get any more choices.
That's right.
And she's a virgin when she's raped, so she hasn't even had any sexual experience at that time. So that was even taken from her.
That's right.
That choice of who is the first person
that
I let be inside me, essentially.
That's right.
But this is good segue into my next question, which is,
it's like I read the questions or something.
so for me, watching Jacob and Sarah fall in love through forgiveness, it was really difficult for me. So why was this an important story for you to tell?
Okay, so I know people are like, Tara, what are you doing? What is that? So we were talking about writing a book and scratching below the surface. And so the reason why Jacob was an identical twin is a very symbolic thing. It is not to torture any sexual assault survivors. It's not to torture the readers to like, what are you doing? It's a very symbolic thing.
Knows what
Sarah
she's doing.
had been running from this for 8 years. And she was ready to say, okay, I'm not going to run anymore. And I'm going to face this literally head on.
Literally.
And so I thought, it was something that my friend told me that when she returned home, she had to face her attack. And I thought, how can I write that? How can I put that into words?
Yeah, right.
And so Jacob was originally supposed to be just a brother, not an identical twin. And I thought, okay, if I make him an identical twin, she has to see him and face it and be able to be okay with seeing him and be okay with that. And so that's why he was not an identical twin. But also for his standpoint, it was throughout this whole entire book, he was saying what? I am not my brother.
I'm not my brother.
I'm not my brother. And for him, it was for people to see him and not his brother.
And I'm sure that was his whole life.
Yeah, his whole life.
He was so the opposite of his family. He testifies against Daniel in the trial.
That's right.
So I mean, he's
then
not
he
his brother.
leaves.
That's right.
He just doesn't talk to his mom. He doesn't talk to his brother.
Both of them have similar reactions to this. They're like, nope, can't be a part of this anymore.
That's right.
Yeah.
And so it was not to torture.
Yeah.
But you think about, these are two people that understand each other very well.
Yes, ma'am.
Because they were both impacted by the same person.
Yes.
And so naturally, when you have these support groups of, Grieving Anonymous and Alcohol Anonymous, what do? You're with like-minded people that understand you.
Yeah.
And so it was a natural thing that Sarah and Jacob would be drawn together because they could understand each other.
Yeah. I love him as a character. Like, he's a good soul, and I felt like I just don't personally know how I could look at his face and separate it from Daniel.
That's right.
And I think that is that forgiveness that I'm lacking.
That's right.
That your book is really saying, let's all take a look at how we're actually defining forgiveness.
Right.
Like, I love that the way you put that, like,
I'm
defining
just saying,
it.
it's a little rude of you to just try to make us have feelings when we're not ready for them.
Sorry. So sorry.
Yeah.
So, can you
know
tell
what you
us
did.
what you're currently working on? You have another book coming out next month. Tell us about this.
So that book comes out May 14th, and it's entitled "Long After We're Gone." And one of the things I discovered when I was finishing this book is the type of writer I want to be. I wasn't sure, and I realized I was drawn to stories, these unknown stories that happen to people every day that we don't talk about. Right? We do not talk about women that conceive children after sexual assault.
Right? No, we don't.
It is not a conversation. It's not something that, and I want to bring that to an awareness. So I said, okay, I'm gonna write books. I'm gonna find these stories. And so Long After We're Gone tells the story of 4 siblings who return home after their father dies to save their ancestral land from being sold out from underneath them.
Wow.
And so that story is loosely based on 2 brothers in North Carolina who went to jail for 8 years after refusing to leave the land that their great-grandfather had purchased 100 years prior.
Wow.
And so it is happening pretty much everywhere. Everywhere.
It's there's a beach in California that a black family
Bruce
owned.
Beach?
Yes.
That is in the author's note of this book as an example.
That
That's how it happens.
That beach
Wow.
lives in my
Yes.
mind.
Look at Molly.
Right.
She knows her
knew
stuff.
I know my
That's good.
I know
That's good.
my history.
That land was taken from and it was recently given back to them.
It was
after all
a
that
whole
time.
thing, though.
It was a whole thing.
It was awful, and there was so much money made on that beach by people that didn't
right.
own that land. It was, and they.
That's right.
I will go on a tirade about that beach.
Yes. So
Well, when we'll have her on again, and then you
yes,
can go
I will
anytime.
come back.
back.
I will
You are
happily
totally
come back.
welcome.
I will happily come back. Thank you.
Yeah, we would love to have you again. And what are you writing something else right now? Because now second book's coming out, so we're
Yes.
writing something
Because
else.
you're always start writing. That's the rule. Always be writing.
You have to always be
AD.
writing, always. So my third book is tentatively titled, because my publisher loves changing our titles. So this may not be the actual title it makes it, but it's called The Flower Farmer. And it's probably as more romance I've ever really done.
I'm here for it.
It's about a woman.
Okay.
Give it to me.
And I know this is going to sound ridiculous, but it's about a woman who escapes from prison
I'm here for it.
and finds love and finds herself in love on a flower farm in rural Alabama.
I love it.
All
And
right.
But
I'm
again,
here
it's
for it.
loosely based on the story of a man who just walked out of prison and lived 30 years of his life. He got married, became a deacon in church, had children.
Nobody knew.
And knowing. And then one day,
I've heard this
and
story
one day
before.
a knock on the door,
And you got arrested.
and they were like, "You're coming with us because you are a convicted felon."
Yeah.
And I was thinking, like, how do you live your life knowing that, like, somebody's
I would
looking for you?
I would always be looking over my shoulder.
Yeah, 100%.
I wouldn't
Yes.
be settled. I wouldn't
Yeah.
be having a family. I would just always be on the run.
Yeah.
Or somewhere they couldn't find me.
But I want to write that. I want to see, what does that look like?
Yeah.
What does that look like for him? What does
Right.
it look like for her?
Right.
You know, how to do that. So that's what I'm writing now.
I'm
Awesome.
here for it.
So
Bring them both.
this is your time to share right there. Tell us how we can people can contact you, find your
Perfect.
information, social media, that kind of stuff.
Perfect. So I am more active on Instagram. My handle is Tara
We
S.
are too.
Harris. And I'm also on Twitter, but
Yeah.
And I have a website that's tarasharris.com as well.
Yeah.
Yeah.
All right.
Reach out.
Well, do you have anything else you want to add? We'll wrap
No,
up?
this was fun. This
You
was
are
so
welcome
much
back
fun.
anytime. This was
great.
awesome.
I'm not going to ask. I'm just going to, like, show up.
That's
Do
fine.
it.
That's what we tell.
patch in and be
Yeah.
like, hey, let's talk about stuff. And we don't even have to talk about my books. I read
mean,
a lot.
that's
of
what
stuff.
We,
I
we
read
have
books.
another author, Francesca Zacchius. She writes YA,
Yeah.
and she's been on the podcast 5 times. We talk about other authors
She
now.
covered for me when I had COVID.
Oh, that's cool.
It was just,
So I'll cover if one of you guys are out and we just
Absolutely.
talk about books that we're reading.
That's
we
what we
need to
do.
get you and Nikki
You're
on
on the
an
roster.
episode together.
Oh my God, I would love to do an episode with Nikki.
Bonus
She's
summer
amazing.
episode.
That would
She
be
is amazing.
She's so funny too.
So-
There's an energy when she's in
yeah,
the room.
Yeah. So just anytime.
Yeah,
Great.
absolutely.
Well, thank you for your time.
All right.
Thank you
yeah,
so
thank
much.
you.
This was fun.
Uh,
Thank you.
And until next time, besties, get lost in your favorite book. Bye. It's fine.
Whenever you're ready, Tom. She's April.
And she's Molly.
And we are
The Book Besties.
Back
again. We are still live at the Key School at Annapolis Book Festival. This is our final interview. We are with Kate Myers, author of this book, Excavations, which is going to be in paperback in 2 weeks.
And she just gave this to me.
I mean, this book is so funny, y'all. So thank you so much for coming on.
Excited to be here.
I love
so
it.
Happy.
Yeah.
Getting to meet authors is like, it's like the dream because I'm a librarian. So that's like, authors are my heroes, right?
Books come to life.
Yeah.
Here we are.
And I love it. This podcast has just been an opportunity to meet so many really great authors and to read books that I wouldn't normally read because this is definitely a book I would normally read. But we talked earlier to Heather Webb about her book, Queens of London. I don't read historical fiction.
Yeah.
It's one I avoid.
So good.
And I wouldn't have read that. And it's
That's awesome.
a really good book.
I love it.
So, yeah. So, can I give a little bio for you and then we'll have you tell us about your book?
Yes. So I am Kate Myers. I'm actually from Annapolis, so this is like my hometown book festival. Delighted to be here. I lived in New York for many years.
What
in New York
part?
City.
Oh, the
half,
city?
Yeah, like half the time Brooklyn, Lower East Side. Yeah, in the city.
I'm from upstate.
Oh, nice. Okay, upstate's great. Love upstate. I married. My husband's from Long Island.
Oh,
so
okay.
We love the whole state.
Yeah.
Then I lived in California, in LA for a while, and then came back to the East Coast to have babies and be lame. Now I'm a mom, so that's me.
Being a mom
But
is
you've like written for BuzzFeed.
Yeah, I wrote for BuzzFeed. That's true. And then it dates me to say this, but I work for College Humor, which like means I'm like 100 years old.
That's amazing though.
She's
Remember
a millennial like
our
us.
website? Yeah, if you're a millennial, you know what I'm talking about. College Humor.
BuzzFeed, College Humor, we get it.
Yeah,
We're there.
those are the words. Those are the code words. The me and you're old.
Yeah.
The buzzwords.
So yeah, exactly. So and then when I was in New York, a lot of what I was doing was working for CBS and DreamWorks,
Dang.
and like kind of finding books to turn into movies and
No
TV
big deal.
shows and stuff. So
She was just
So-
the magic maker.
the dream come true maker. Yeah. No, that was great. And then and then I wrote the book like in 2016 when I lived in LA, and then really edited it during the pandemic. You know, everyone's like making sourdough, and I was editing this manuscript. So here we are.
We started a podcast after
There
the
you go.
pandemic.
Wild things happen.
We started our podcast in 2021. So we were like things were reopening really, and Molly texted me one day and was like, "Hey, I had a dream that we started a podcast." I was like, "That sounds fun."
Let's do
Let's
it.
do that.
I was like, "What's it
I
called?"
love
She's
it.
like, "Book Besties." I was like, "That sounds fun.
So
Let's do it."
easy.
And she's like, "I don't know how," and I was like, "I don't either. Well, let's just do it."
I like that.
Our first
Figure
couple
out as you go
episodes, you could
along.
tell that we had no idea what the hell we were
That's
doing.
okay. My first drafts. You know
Yeah.
what
Yeah.
you're doing.
Right. And-
we know a throwaway draft.
Yeah.
And now
The
we're
first pancakes.
and now we're
That's
to the point
That's
where
right.
it's like, oh yeah, that's what we are. This is
Right.
our vibe, you know.
You iterate. You get
Right.
good and practice.
Now, is this your first year at the Annapolis Book Festival, even though you're
Yes.
local?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, first book. Yeah, they asked me here, so but I hope not my last. I'm
No.
coming back.
Yeah.
Good.
we would
We
love
are
that.
too. We're not
That's-
giving Trish. No, nobody gives Trish, say anymore. We're just like
That's
we're coming
right.
We're
back.
coming back.
Yeah, you just show up.
I think in the fall we just emailed her and we're like, hey, we plan to come back again. She was like, sure.
She's like, I just took you off the website, put you back.
It's real chill. It's real chill. That's awesome.
All right, so tell us about your book, Excavations.
Yes. Okay. I feel like talk about iterating. I feel like it's taken me a long time to like come up with the elevator pitch. So, it is set on an archaeological dig in Greece. And the site is an Olympic site. So it's where they had a predecessor to the Olympics. So, you know, togas, naked, running, torches, the whole
Fancy
9
shit.
yards. Yeah.
Just
We've all seen it.
balls.
Right. Yeah. A lot of flopping. Yeah.
Floppiness.
There's a lot of flapping in the
Yeah,
wind.
I didn't write that in the book jacket, but I should have. Yeah, now I know. In the audiobook, we really got to capture that. Yeah, we're going to get that for the audiobook.
I promise I will cut that out for you.
That's
Tom's
fine.
got it.
Honestly, we can keep it in. And then, what else? Okay, so not that I wasn't distracted by the sound of ball flopping. Gotta get back on track here. Okay, it's set in Greece. What happens? 4 women, archaeologists. They are on the dig. Yeah, some are archaeologists, some are not. Some have been working there for years. Some are just students. None of them are really close. You know, some of them don't like each other. They're antagonistic, and they uncover something. They dig up something on the dig that shouldn't be there, and it kind of throws into stark relief what they thought the dig was. You know, they thought the dig was just like this old school history of the Olympics, men doing man stuff. See that sound? And really, in fact, it turns out that it was women all along. It was like women doing the Olympics.
And that makes a different sound when women rode naked.
Very different, completely different. We'll do it at the end.
Neither of those are good sounds,
yeah.
though.
So, yeah, the elephant in the room here is that they were doing the Olympics naked. That's what we're saying. And
that's the whole premise of this book.
That's
Thank
the
you,
book.
good night.
Yeah, and we're out.
Naked Olympics.
Yeah, that's what it was all about. So, yeah, they come together, girl power, and they sort of topple their boss on this day.
Who's been a lying snake of a
Yeah,
human.
he's been like covering up, you know, women's history and what have you, whitewashing
Gross.
it, so to speak. So, yeah, that's what it's about.
He's made his career doing that.
Right.
So thank you so much for joining us. I laughed out loud multiple times while reading your book. And I felt like I could relate to all of your characters to some degree. So what was it like for you to write 4 incredibly different women? Because they're really different.
Yeah. You know, it's all different parts of yourself and different things that I feel like I've been these people in my life. Like, I've been, you know, am I allowed to swear?
Yeah. Absolutely.
I've been like a total bitch.
Yeah.
You know, I aspire to kind of be more of one in my life, honestly. Like, I think meanness is aspirational to women in a lot of ways.
It makes us stronger.
Yeah, and like men are mean all the time. Like, and
they don't get called
mean.
nasty names for being mean.
Yeah.
Yeah, I'm really
They're
into
strong
that.
and
Like, I
firm.
aspire to be a little meaner, I think. Like,
Katie would love her.
I'll give you some lessons.
All right. Good.
You're local, so
Yeah,
meet once a week,
I'm
it's
all
fine.
ears. All ears. And so yeah, that's the Elise character, you know, who's totally mean and she doesn't care what anyone thinks.
Self-sufficient.
Totally. And I've been Patty, you know, like really naive and clueless.
Who
and I feel
hasn't
like
been Patty?
we all are Patty.
Who
yeah.
hasn't been a 19-year-old girl just being like, okay, I'm gonna do this to survive?
Totally.
And
I lost the discs. I lost the
I
discs.
can't believe I did this. I can't believe I did this. Oh my God.
Somehow we have a bachelorette party in our bag.
That was good.
The penis whistle.
and
The
then-
penis whistle.
Yeah, it all comes back. Right. It all comes back.
Oh,
Yeah, and like I felt like Patty when I got to college. I felt so like, oh my God, everyone here is so sophisticated and so rich and so smart, and I'm so outclassed and outmaneuvered, and so I totally relate to that. Z, I've totally been her. You know, I've like been through a million breakups. I had like a wild and crazy 20s of like a bunch of different jobs, bunch of different boyfriends, and
You're
just
trying
like
different shoes on.
making it work in your 20s. Fake it till you make it. And then Kara too. She's probably the character that is most distant from me personally. But again, I want to be, you know, as successful and kind of like, you know, organized as she is. And
What parts of, you know, each part of these girls, like, we all want different characteristics of these girls in our lives.
Right.
You know, like, to be able to stand up for yourself, to be able to not give an F. You know what I mean? That ability, Kara has that ability to just not care.
Yeah. Right.
Like, and
Right.
let it just roll off her back. And
Yeah.
in such a way, I don't think I could ever be like that.
Right.
Yeah.
I know I want to be like that. I
I
wrote that
want
kind of
to.
as like, this is my like fantasy personality.
So-
Like, this is who I wish I were.
Who of the 4 spoke to you first?
I feel like, well, not to do spoilers, but I feel like the 5th voice in the book, which is like the, you know, hearing from the past, that I thought a lot about. Like, to me, thematically, it was important to, you know, I think you, like, think about archaeology and it seems like so foreign. It's like watching
It's
a movie in black
stuffy.
and white where you just can't imagine it being in
Yeah.
color. It's
Or
hard
The
for
Mummy
you.
with Brendan Fraser.
Right, exactly. Right.
I'm a
It's either
librarian.
that or- a lot of inspiration. Mummy. Yeah.
Right.
Sure. And so I think I wanted to give a voice to the statues, so to speak, and to the black and white footage, and just make it feel like, no, this is a person, and they talk, they're real, they're here too.
Yeah.
So
That's a really good segue, because my next question for you is, like, I have to ask this, but why an archaeology dig? Why is that a
Seriously.
good backdrop for, I would call this women's fiction humor.
yeah.
And like, personally, I thought it was really a good choice.
It's so clever.
But why an archaeological dig? Why was that it for you?
So I studied archaeology in college, and then I was on a dig for a few months after college.
Gotcha.
That was just very similar to this. So that's sort of where the idea came from and how I know about what it's like to work on a dig.
Yeah.
And what I liked about it and what made me agree and think it was like a great background for a book, one is just it's very visual. You know, you're not indoor, you're outside. There's a lot, like visually, it's very rich tapestry, especially in a place like Greece. And then also, it's so hierarchical. You've got, you know, the people all the way at the top, like Charles or Kara, you know, people who've been in school for many, many years, and they're kind of uptight, and it's very formal, and it's very highly educated, a lot of PhDs. Then you've got someone like Elise, who really speaks to how physical the work is. Like, you could be a construction worker you'd be well within your rights to be on a dig like this. It really is like manual labor, very physical.
Right.
And that's up against like the PhDs, uptight kind of thing. And then all the way down to like the little workers like Patty and Z, who are kind of just volunteering and they're clueless and doesn't really mean anything to them, but they're there. So it's just a good for conflict. There's a lot going on. And really it's like a workplace.
Yeah.
They're every day at 9 to 5. Like it's almost like they're in the same location. It's kind of a grind.
Yeah.
You know what? It gave me like adult summer camp vibes.
Yes.
Like you have the leaders of the camp, and then you have the like counselors. Like Z is basically a counselor, and then you've got the college students who are there for the summer. This isn't their jam. They're not going to do this forever.
This is for
They're
credit.
doing this for credit. And they want to probably hook up and
That's really
have
was
fun.
my motivation when I was I was not like in it for like the, you know, intellectual
cultural
experience.
experience.
I'm gonna
I
meet
was
a hot
22.
So where
I
did
was
greased up
like-
Greek
Where did
guy.
you go for a dig?
I was in Greece.
Fun.
And I was 22 and I graduated from college and had no idea what I wanted to do. So I was like, let me like kick it and I'll like dick around on this dig basically for a couple months and sort of delay adulthood and then I'll like go figure out getting a job. But yeah, I was not going to like go on to grad school and like become an archaeologist, but
She went on a dig to like figure her shit out. I joined the military. We have different lives, lady.
yes. But you know, we live and learn. To each her own.
That's really cool.
To each
But no,
her
I'm just
own.
saying, like, I just couldn't have left the country.
Yeah.
I went to Florida. Like Taylor Swift's new album.
There you
That's
go,
where you
yeah.
go when you need to bury
I
everything.
hear you.
I mean, there's a lot of shit buried in Florida.
100%.
For sure.
Florida man. Anyways.
Sure.
And I like that there's seeing women in STEM. It doesn't happen enough.
Yeah.
So I liked that aspect of your book as well.
lot
That
of
we
that.
have these women who are, and it's not just that they're women in STEM.
Yeah.
And it's not just that they're women in a male-dominated profession. They're they're particularly working on a dig where the person who's in charge, Charles, he's made his career on why men's athletics matter.
Right.
Not
Right.
athletics. Men.
Yes. It's
Charles
key.
is so pompous.
Yeah.
Just wanna-
We all know what
He's
Charles
not
is.
Indiana
We've all,
Jones.
Like, had
He's
these
like-
experiences where like Charleses are everywhere. Charles is at the top of every industry.
To me, I kept
Everywhere.
picturing the actor from Jurassic Park
Oh,
who
yes.
plays the old
Right,
guy
yeah,
who like
for
makes
sure.
this world, even though it's like, why are you putting dinosaurs?
Do you
Like, why
remember
would
the
you do
wild
that?
Right.
cranberries?
Yeah.
That's the dad I was.
Totally, yeah.
That's Nigel. That's who I was
Nigel.
picturing.
Strong Nigel vibes. Yeah.
Nigel.
Yeah.
I
very
don't know
Nigel
why.
Completely clueless, but yeah.
That's who I picked.
Yeah.
That's who my brain. But it
For
was
sure.
nasty and awful, and I was just like, why is this a cartoon character? I don't know. I'm moving on. I'm not going to question my brain. We're just going to roll with it.
Sure.
So, although you've written several published pieces, this is your first novel, right?
Yep.
And how did this process differ for you than writing shorter format?
Oh God, the time. It's like whenever people ask, you know, whenever I meet an author, I'm always like, love the book, great. How'd you do it? Like,
Yeah.
I'm so curious to hear everyone's publishing journeys because it is such an interesting.
The process is different for all of us.
That's
Right.
the thing. I think of it as two totally separate journeys. Like, you write the book, that takes its own set of years, that's its own crucible. second journey, getting that book out there. Like,
Right.
it is two totally separate, crazy
pushing
journeys.
that rock up the hill, man.
Oh, it's
trying to
insane.
get published.
Yeah, it takes forever, and there's so much luck, and it's a numbers game,
And you have to know people, and
and you just have to withstand a lot of rejection.
Yeah,
you
you
gotta
have
just
to
get
really
pummeled
thick skin.
with rejection and be totally cool with it.
Yeah.
It's a lot. So yeah, I mean, it was a journey for sure.
It is.
I wrote the first draft in 2016. Fun fact, and this is pertinent to the book, I was living in LA and I was engaged at the time to someone, and I called off the wedding, very dramatic, and moved back to the East Coast and shelved the book. I was like, fuck it, yeah, I'm gonna take some time off, get my big girl pants on, get a real job, move on with my life. Pandemic rolls around, I edited the book, and then I started reaching out to get an agent. I was signed with my agent, and then I had like a baby 3 weeks later.
Oh, great.
We went on sub. I know, I was like, call me never. And then, you get the magic phone call in May or whatever, like 6 months later, like, Harper wants to put in an offer on the book. We're going to do it. And
That's
so
amazing.
the whole journey. But yeah, it is a long, winding road.
It is.
To see your book in the bookstore. It is a
Yeah.
journey.
It is.
Yeah.
It is. I've seen those rejection letters. I've gotten those rejection
Yeah,
letters.
it is a long
hard.
road. It really is.
Well,
It's
you
really
look
crazy.
at like authors who are like truly iconic. Like for me, my favorite book is To Kill a Mockingbird. Harper Lee was rejected numerous times.
And that's what
And then
makes
that
me.
book-
there's so much of that.
Right. That book still publishes 1 million copies a year.
God bless them. Right. And that's the thing. For me, I feel like when you get pummeled with that kind of rejection just over and over and over and over again from the agents at first and the publishers, what would help me, one, is knowing, things like that there are people out there that are hugely successful that, were rejected and went through this process. And secondly, what would really help me and motivate me was seeing books that were published and super successful and be like morning show picks, and I would read them and they were terrible.
Yeah.
Because I'd be like, you know what? I think my book is better than that book, and I am
You know
going to
how
keep
many
going.
times- Do you know how many times April has said to me, off pod, and we won't mention which books, she said to me, Molly, you write better than this.
Yeah, it's real.
And
That's
a lot
really
and I am-
motivated me.
And I know I'm a good writer. It's that others have to know I'm a good writer.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And
right.
these books that are going viral, so all the TikTok virals,
Yeah.
we've read quite a few of them for pod, and every time that we do, we're like, what is everyone seeing?
Right.
It's
And
the
that's
Emperor's New
motivating.
Clothes to me.
Right.
It's
Right.
like
Well,
everyone's
and-
on board, so FOMO, we gotta read
So
it.
back in the
There's a lot of
day,
that.
when
Mhm.
April and
A
I
lot of
used to talk books, April and I, text back and forth. Her and I would see a similar book in the store and be like, oh my god, did you see X, Y, and Z? And then we'd both read it and text it. And a year later, it'd be announced that it's going into a movie. And my husband would be like, how do you two do this? And we'd be like,
good taste.
we have good taste. Exactly. April and I know. April and
Well,
I know.
and we come to the discussion on different levels and playing fields
Yeah.
because she's coming from a writer and I'm coming from librarian.
Super reader.
So I'm a
Yeah.
consumer, right?
Right.
And so even though we both are consumers of books, I like to say that she's a lot gentler to the authors.
Interesting,
When we
yeah.
have an author on, we're
Yeah.
always kind to them. We won't tear authors apart in person,
you.
but
I mean, I will be honest with you.
she will be.
Okay.
But she tends to be like, well, that's the editor's fault. And I'm like,
Right.
Molly,
Interesting.
that person wrote the book. Okay, I don't
Right.
care that the editor didn't do their job.
Right.
There's a process. She can send pages, and her agent and her editor could look at it and just go, no, right? And she could keep sending those pages back and back, and she could cut all this stuff, and they want something she wants to cut,
Yeah.
and that can be on the page even though she hates it.
For
But
sure. For sure.
you don't just have success in this. First of all, this was published in hardback, which is a feat.
Rare.
Yes.
That's a feat.
Yes.
And
And now you're getting a paperback, which is
yeah.
like
We're excited.
huge.
No. Tell them the big part of this. Tell them she's
What
gonna
is
be
this
in
being-
airports.
Yeah.
She's in airport book,
Hudson
guys.
News, baby.
Airport book.
That's
That's
right.
a fracking
You
huge
get an
deal.
$8 bottle of water and this book.
Do it
Watch out, world.
now. Now I'm gonna have to go into airports and put some. I have a habit of going into Barnes and Nobles and other bookstores and just shoving our stickers into books.
So
Do
now
it
we're
in
going to
Hudson
airport.
News, yeah, please,
So I'm just be in the
yeah.
airport
Anywhere
doing it
you
now.
are, yeah. BWI.
Anywhere Kate
come.
Myers is, Molly Biggs is.
That's right. Get
Just
those
shoving those in
stickers.
there.
Sure. Sure.
So you kind of talked about how you went on a dig, but can you tell us a little bit more about your research process? Like, how was that?
Yes. So I studied archaeology in college, and my greatest fear in life is that I will meet an archaeologist because I know so little about archaeology.
I am the worst person with my degrees.
Yeah, I really know nothing, and so I'm always terrified when someone's like, "I'm an archaeologist." Like, the worst thing that ever happened to me was last summer on book tour. You know, usually you go to these bookstore events and you either like talk to the bookstore owner or they pair you with another author and you like do your little chat and you have your little bookstore event. In Baltimore at the Ivy, great bookstore, highly love that place. They were like, "Oh, we're the perfect person for you. We're gonna put you in conversation with this woman who went to Harvard and she is the head of the Mediterranean Archaeology Department."
And you're like, no.
At Walter's Art Museum, and I was like,
I'm so sick now.
Yeah, I was like, I guess, great.
I don't feel so well.
And she said, like, bless her heart, this lady, like, sent me ahead of time all these questions, and she was like, let's get into, like, the Byzantine era, like,
And you're
pottery.
like,
And
no,
I was like,
you've been talking
I'm
about.
excited for you to talk about that, and I'm gonna learn and listen, but I can't talk about that.
No,
Like,
thank you.
Yeah, I don't know anything about that, so
Pass.
that's my nightmare, is to talk about
No is a full
archaeology at
sentence.
that level. I was like,
No.
fiction, you, like, make it up. I don't know anything, so...
That's
I
why
did
I'm
the
a writer.
research. Yeah, I would have gone into nonfiction if I knew anything, but I don't, so...
There's a reason this is in the fiction section.
Right, it's all made up. So yeah, like researching that I went there,
And
but I
voice
didn't
don't
like. I feel like, yeah, as much as anyone who's like lived somewhere has a feel for the place of it and like I feel like I know a lot about what it is like to live on a dig, and like you're saying, it's like summer camp. I feel like I really like
It's a little
lived
boot
and breathed
campy.
all of that. Yeah, totally. But I don't know anything about, like, God help me, I'm not like a historian, or I don't know anything about that. I'm in awe of people that, you know, do research and things.
Well,
like
I mean,
that.
I felt like there was enough information that I felt like I could half-ass a dig.
Yeah, totally.
I'm so
People
sorry.
all the time come up to me and they're like, I learned so much, and I'm like, yikes. Because like, what did you learn? Yeah, like, I can't believe you learned
This isn't
anything
what
from this
you
book.
do,
Right.
but okay.
I'm like, don't take this to the bank, people. 'Cause
This is not a degree.
right.
Just to remember that, guys.
For funsies.
So Excavation
Just
is
for
being
funsies.
adapted into a TV show?
Yes.
Can you tell us about that?
Yes. So, yeah, I'm like limited in my ability to talk in great detail
Obvious.
about this. Yeah, be cool.
It's okay, we're friends.
Chill.
Yeah, we're cool. But yeah, pretty exciting. I was just talking to Tara, my predecessor on the podcast, about this. So yeah, the book came out in July last year, and in March of last year, we went through the whole like film and TV option, and I knew, having worked in the biz, so to speak, most books that are going to get optioned will get optioned before they come out.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah, so this was like in March, and the book came out in July. So yeah,
for
we
you.
had 5 offers for TV and film, or excuse me, all for TV, which is kind of like the state of media today.
Streaming services are hot.
Yeah, TV, baby. So, yeah, it went to NBC for Amy Poehler. So, I know.
Oh my gosh. I'm so
She might
sorry.
be getting
I know I'm
executive
being crazy, but oh my gosh.
I know, it's pretty
her book,
exciting.
Yes Please, is
she writing
She's
it?
cool.
It's-
She's cool.
she's
She's the executive producer.
Do you get to help
So-
with the writing team?
Have you-
on the
have you
writing?
I
met
think they're
her?
just gonna call me one day and say, "Turn on your TV, it's on." That's the level
you
of
haven't been-
involvement. that
have
I
you met her?
Yeah, I met her team out in LA and the NBC team, and we've talked. And
6 degrees of separation. I am
Yeah.
now in with Amy Poehler.
Yeah, you guys are basically besties. with
We're
Amy.
best friends.
Yeah, she's
I
like,
use that
here
with
with us
us,
today.
so it's
right.
fine. I use that. I'm an acquaintance of Deborah Harkness, the author,
Oh yeah.
and I'll do that with like, I know Deborah Harkness, so I know Kevin Bacon.
Yeah.
And like, cause you know we've explained the 7 degrees of separation of Kevin Bacon to my kids because it's a cultural thing,
Sure,
right?
it's
Yeah.
a touchstone.
And I was like, everybody can do it. And Hyper's like, my oldest is like, not everybody can do it. And they go, absolutely. And
Yeah.
I went, Deb, Teresa Palmer, and then from Teresa Palmer, there's a male actor, and then that male actor goes to Kevin Bacon because they acted in movies together. And it's like
There you have it, ladies and gentlemen.
4
Yeah.
people. Everybody can. You know,
I'm sure Amy's met Kevin.
Yeah, so you know Kevin Bacon.
I'm buddies
You're-
with Kevin Bacon. Yeah.
We're all friends with
You
Kevin
heard it
Bacon.
here first.
I'm obsessed with Amy Poehler. I'm
She is.
obsessed with her. And Parks and Recreation is my favorite show. I literally, in my bio on our website, it says, I watch Parks and Rec on repeat. That I have an anxiety disorder. I'm not quiet about it. I am a functioning anxious person. That is my comfort show. So when I'm heightened, like really heightened, I need to put on Hope with Nope. You know what I mean? So this just
She's
like,
gonna get this
oh my gosh.
She'll get
hope
this.
so.
She will.
She loved it, and so I think that's where we're at.
This book is,
sort of
there's so
fits
much
the bill.
funny and snark, and I can see her hands on this. Absolutely.
It's that tone.
It's that tone. Like I was telling Tara, it gave me Shonda vibes.
Yeah.
Tara's
Her book,
is
for sure.
100% Shonda Rhimes.
Yeah.
And like,
it really is.
and it's that deep emotion with the lightness and the love and the way Shonda just navigates like romance and drama. It's just, and Amy does the same with comedy.
And
so you're in
and
good
your
hands.
book is so, like, it's so funny, and there's sarcasm and there's snark, and it's like I felt I knew these women.
Yes,
like,
we've
I'm
been
like,
friends
yeah,
for
this is Amali.
These
This
people
is
you'd wanna be friends with.
yeah.
This
I
is
would
a
totally
text
hang out with them.
This
Yeah.
feels like a text chain. You know what
Yeah,
I mean? Like
yeah.
my friends
See
are
what
my
we-
my besties away for the summer working, and she's telling me all this drama
Yeah.
about everyone that she's working with.
It's the group chat.
It's the
group
group
chat
chat.
unhinged.
There's your next jacket
There it
cover.
is.
Group chat unhinged. Besties.
Let loose.
Oh man. So hey, so you don't know exactly when it'll be. You're not allowed to really totally say all the
It'll take
things.
forever. Yeah,
It'll-
be.
Deb's book
It'll
got-
exist when it exists.
ever,
Deb's book got
honestly.
picked
Yeah.
up in the early 10s, and her show didn't get released till 20s.
Yeah, if
So-
ever, it'll be a million years from now. Yeah.
Yeah,
It's
but
something
I think having
Yeah,
a name like Amy
we'll see.
attached to it is gonna be like.
Yeah.
Do you see
It's
how
an
I said her
honor.
first name? Like
Yeah.
I'm just like
You're
I know
Because you're
her.
friends with her now.
I
7
am.
degrees separation.
Exactly.
And we got our blurb on the paperback, which
yes.
is what I wanted.
Oh
so
my
very
gosh.
Happy to see it. Happy to see
So
it.
cool.
Amy Poehler. That's
The
amazing.
imprimatur you want. Yeah.
Yeah. So can you tell us what you're currently working on? What's coming up next?
Yes. So let's see. So I sold my second book last summer.
Nice.
So,
Congratulations.
yeah, thank you. Another one coming out. And it'll come out in June 2025. So a standalone, separate novel. Although everyone loves sequels, so I gotta do a sequel next or something because everyone's loves series. So it's
See if Z
about
ever gets her shit together.
Yeah, I know. We'll see what happens. So it is set in the Bahamas about two estranged sisters who sort of come back together to pull off a heist on a yacht.
Cool.
So
That sounds
that's what it's about.
awesome.
It sounds amazing.
Still bringing that same humor to it.
same vibe, same tenor, and I think what I wanted to. I wanted a totally different setting, totally different characters, obviously, but I want to do the same kind of structure of a workplace, so that it's you're in the same place every day in a beautiful place, something that's someplace that seems glamorous but isn't.
It's mundane to them.
Yeah, exactly. Like an archaeological dig seems cool and romantic and fascinating, but you're
But
it's
it's mundane.
just
It's-
the grind.
It's
you know?
work.
dirty. It's gross.
Yeah.
They're sweating. Everybody
Right.
smells.
Everything tastes like dirt.
Totally. So same kind of thing, that you would, a place that would
Sand
seem
everywhere.
aspirational, but it's not. Yeah, everywhere.
Everywhere.
So yeah, that's it. Yeah,
So,
summer 25. So the paperback is
sold.
out in 2 weeks, May 14th. Get the paperback. It's cheaper,
Get both. This cover's
yeah,
gorgeous.
get both. The two covers are great. I know. Love
This
both.
is super cute though. This is super cute.
So
The-
cute.
The little pop art.
Yeah,
So-
they did a good job.
Sold the book.
Yeah.
Is it finished?
No, God help me. Oh yeah.
Okay.
So sold the book
God
on
help me.
proposal. Yeah. No, but really.
She's like, I don't know why I'm here talking to you fools.
Yeah.
I have edits.
Huge waste of time. Gotta go. Don't
Nice
show my
seeing
editor.
y'all.
Yeah, don't tell her I left the house.
She's
so-
not here.
Yeah, I hope.
This is-
Hopefully she'll tune in. Yeah, I'm at home with the kids /editing. So yeah, I sold it on to just a proposal. So 80 pages or whatever outline, and then you're required
Again,
to write
jealous.
the book.
Yeah.
They want you to write it. So I wrote it. I turned in the first draft in December. I was pregnant. I had a baby in December.
Girl.
Yeah, it's a girl.
No,
And-
like girl. like damn. Keep it going.
I know.
Just busy.
They turned in the book, emailed it to them. I was like, call me in 3 months. I can't speak to you. So
I'm literally making
literally
milk as
pretty
we
busy.
speak.
Yeah, I'm pretty tired. And then just about 2 weeks ago, I got my edit letter back. And now I'm editing frantically for the summer, and then we'll go from there. Yeah, I'll be out next summer.
Awesome.
Yeah.
So, what's it called? Do we have a title?
No title. I
No
mean,
ti-
like tentative
TBD.
working title, but like, I was hearing
No.
Tara say this too. No, like, they'll
You'll
change it. Yeah, they changed
We'll
the
know
title
when we
of
know.
this too. So
Yeah.
What was it originally called?
It was originally called Mega.
Oh.
Which is the name of the town.
Right.
And then we had like a working Google Doc of like 40 titles. They just sent it around the HarperCollins office, and people like voted basically. And then this is what we came
I
up
love
with,
this
so.
process. Democracy at its
Yeah,
finest.
I was
gang.
like all the HarperCollins assistants basically decided the new title. So.
Good job, gang.
Yeah,
I
great job.
am so dumb about history that I had to like look it up to see that it was a real town.
Yeah,
That it's
it
a
is.
real place.
Yeah.
I
Yeah.
didn't know. I was like, it
mean,
sounds
we're-
real.
I already outed myself as someone who knows nothing, so it's
She's
fine.
like, I had to Google it too.
It's safe here. Yeah, no one knows
Us
anything.
and the
safe
fans
space.
watching
Yeah,
live.
it's safe. Yeah.
So,
Yeah.
are you a plotter or a pantser?
Oh my gosh, such a plotter.
Really?
I'm a freak. I'm like index cards, spreadsheets. I need to know like exactly what's gonna
So
happen.
you do a detailed outline first,
very
and then you write your little synopsis.
little scene by scene. And
then you
like,
just-
I'm super
You're very
intense.
methodical then.
Extremely. I have like a whiteboard in my office. I look like a conspiracy theorist. Like I
So
am
I
very
tried doing
intense.
It's like that meme.
Yeah, I'm literally that's me.
I
I'm Charlie
tried
Day.
doing
Like
That's
The ADHD in me just gets too.
sometimes
to
things
control.
change. Like I'll write and I'll be like, oh, actually that makes no sense. Like she would never say that or that would never happen. Then I'll go back to the outline and work it. But but I'm pretty like intense about knowing what to happen because I like to like write jokes and like all like the funny stuff in the book, and it like frees if I know it's gonna happen. It like frees me up to be like, ooh, let's like make this funny. And like, but if I'm like, oh wait, what's gonna happen? I can't like think like that.
Yeah.
I like writing those preset scenes you see in your mind. Like,
Yeah.
I love because
Yeah.
because you build. That's how you build a book. Sometimes is you have all these little scenes that just kind of calculate and become a novel. And if you write those first, and like what you're saying, your jokes and stuff, and they just kind of just come
Yeah.
together as you go.
Yeah.
Ideally.
In theory.
Ideally.
In
Yes.
Well, it
theory,
happened
but
here
I'm
for
not
sure.
published,
Yeah.
so don't listen to me. This woman works very detailed. Do what
she
does.
knows all the
Do
things
as I
about
say,
archaeology
not as I
too.
do.
All
Right.
the
She
things.
knows all the archaeology.
I do.
She wrote a book about archaeology.
I don't need to go to school. Just read the book.
Degree.
Just read the book.
I feel like just having this conversation with you, I feel like Z is like who I'm sitting with. Like
Yeah.
you
We're
had that
similar.
waywardness when you were younger. You're like,
Yeah.
nah, I'll go on a dig. Why not?
Yeah.
And then you were like, oh,
Yeah.
but maybe not.
Yeah.
This was
15
cool
years
while it
later.
lasted.
Yeah.
And Z is like, to me, I know that they're all, core characters, but she's the character that I connected with the most.
Yeah.
She's that first voice you hear.
Yeah.
Is she the first character
She
that
kinda
spoke to
like-
you? Well, no, you
yeah.
said it was more the
Yeah, the historical stuff for sure. But yeah, she's sort of like one thing when I worked that I learned from working at CBS. People, it's like you say, people at a bar would always be like, "Where do you work?" And I would shout CBS, and they would be like, "Oh, the pharmacy." Like they would hear CBS.
CBS.
Yeah, CBS. I had to enunciate. When I was at CBS, something I
Bravo.
learned was a something called a dissolvable hook. Which is like the pilot of a show. It's like it gets you in and then it immediately goes away. And so Z sort of is the dissolvable hook of the book. Like she's the one that goes to the breakup, goes back to the mountain, to the dig, and then she's there that kind of hooks us from the outside world to
Yeah.
the world of the story.
Yeah.
So I think she's a good way in.
Yeah.
You know, she comes from the outside, is coming back. That's our dissolvable hook.
Yeah.
And that's important to have.
And she, to me, is the cool kid. Like,
She is, and I think
she's
that's why
like-
it sort of puts into contrast how dorky everyone else is.
Right.
You know,
Yeah.
I think like you see her as like, and she
And how
feels
everyone-
that way too. She's been working, she's been in the world. She comes back and she's like, oh my god, you're all still here. You're all still like living like this and doing
And
this.
and that's how everybody views her, right?
Right.
Yeah.
Like that's how they
Yeah.
talk about her. She's just.
and the college kids,
Yeah.
the college kids are like, they see her as like the functioning adult, and she's
Right.
like, "What the fuck? I'm
Right,
not a
I
functioning
know.
adult.
It's
Like,
like, it's
God
like when
help
I'm put in
you.
charge.
don't put me in
Right.
charge.
Well,
I'm not a good choice."
Why put
Right.
the
You've
clowns in
done
charge
this
of the
before.
monkeys?
Yeah. I know they think she's cool. They look up to her.
I often need a more adult than I am to help me adult. I'm 42. You'd think I'd have it together by now. I do not.
No, I'm 38, and I constantly think I sometimes think that someone's gonna come get my kids. I'm like some real person's gonna parent my
like a
children,
real
right?
person.
Like,
Don't
I
worry,
don't know
you
how
get
to
to
do
an
this.
age where they adult themselves. I have a 15 and 13-year-old. They do it all now.
Her
I'm a
kids
2-year-old.
her kids adulted my kids yesterday. We went to the authors event where we met you last night, and my 11-year-old and 7-year-old stayed with her high schooler in middle school. And I was
it all works out.
it's fine. They'll be fine. They'll all be alive when we come back.
And they absolutely
I
were.
needed to hear that. Yeah.
Yeah.
They will be.
Okay.
They
Drink
will
water
be.
now.
But the hormones when they come in the teen years are
Oh yeah,
not
I'm
fun.
not looking forward to that.
Well, we're dealing with the preteen boy right now, and she's got the teen girls. But
Yeah, it's a lot.
and you have two
It's a lot.
girls.
2 girls.
Yeah.
I'm sorry. And I
Yeah,
mean
it's a
that
lot
in the
of girls.
kindest way. They're going to be your biggest bullies.
I know.
Mine
I love them
really-
so much.
Yeah,
I
but
love
you know what
mine.
you can say to them? Your mother is a published author. So you know what? I know how to archaeology better than all of them.
That's right.
I know how to book.
Yeah, I know. It is funny because I think my daughter will be out and she'll see the book and she'll be like, "Mom's book," and I'm like, not every mom has a book. I think she just thinks it's like
This
your
is
mom.
normal.
Yeah,
Yeah.
It's like you see interviews with the formal Marvel stars, and their kids don't care that they're Marvel stars. You know what I mean? They're like, who cares?
Right.
I don't care
Yeah,
that you're
it's
Iron Man.
She doesn't
Can
get
you
it.
introduce me to Spider-Man or not?
Right, right. Unless you've got that going for you, I don't want it.
Right.
So.
Right.
All right, so this is your chance. Anything else you want to share? Give us all the social media, how people can find more information. Right there.
Okay, I am on Instagram. That's my only social media at Front Doors of Annapolis. I used to take a lot of pictures of people's houses around town like a creep. I don't have to really do it anymore. Now I just kind of randomly post book stuff. So
I'm here for it,
sorry
though.
to all the door fans.
Hashtag not doors.
Yeah, gave that up. So it's I can't please anyone. Half my audience only wants book stuff. Half of them want doors. I'm
Where are
like,
the doors?
I'm not
Bring
making
back
Bring back the doors. We want more
Literally,
doors.
No one is happy. That's my
More
Instagram.
doors in 2024.
No one is happy is my Instagram handle. So that's it for me on social media. What else? Yeah, my paperback is out in 2 weeks. Buy the paperback, or the hardback. It's still available. Hardback's more expensive. Maybe I shouldn't be encouraging you to buy that.
Buy them both.
Buy them
Buy
both.
'em both. And then on my
Buy the
website, I
toilet
do have a
draws,
website.
too.
My website is katemyersisanauthor.com. And easy to remember.
And if that isn't the college humor coming out.
katemyersisanauthor.com. And I have some events coming up. I'll be in New York for paperback release party. Come
That's
to New York
awesome.
if you're in New York, or DC.
They'll be
A
on
bunch
your
of
website.
events.
Yeah.
Where are you
Maybe
going to
I'll
be in
come
DC?
People's Book in Tacoma Park. I'm also going to go sign copies at East City and Kramer's.
Ooh, I love East City. East
Yeah.
City's my heart.
We're hoping
Yeah,
that they'll
City's great.
let us come in and do a pod from there.
Oh, I love them.
We're trying,
I did
yeah.
I launched there last year with Nikki Payne. Love that.
Yeah.
She's
Nikki's
a friend of our pod.
Nikki is a friend of Pod.
Been on twice.
She's
We
great.
we interviewed her here last year, and then when her book came out in February, she gave us arcs, and we had her on to talk about her book.
She's the queen. We love her.
We love her.
She's
Yeah.
spectacular.
I'm still holding out hope. She's told us that she'll connect us with Olivia Dade, who I am obsessed
Cool.
with,
That'd be fun.
literally, because romance is my
Her
favorite,
heart.
and I'm obsessed with Olivia Dade.
Wow, fingers
So
crossed.
so for the first couple of
If anyone
seasons,
can make it happen, Nikki can.
Nikki can.
Absolutely.
The first couple of seasons, our big dream was John Green every season until he comes on the
Oh.
pod.
But
But
he's-
John Green's retired now, so he's
He's not gonna promote books anymore.
and he's
Fair.
really way beyond us.
Listen,
I don't even want to bug
never say
Deb.
never. Yeah.
I don't even want to bug Deb. I bug
But-
Deb's assistant.
But it's fine
There you go.
because I have 7 degrees of separation from him too because he was in the same room as Francesca Zappia. And she's our friend, so there we go.
Jessie
There you
covers
have it.
for us. Jessie has been a friend of the pod for years. And
yeah.
I had COVID one year and she came on and covered for me.
Yeah,
so nice.
it was just Chessie and me.
That's awesome.
No Molly. It was a great episode.
Just
too.
a Times best-selling author jumping on
Yeah.
because I'm sick.
Yeah.
Wow.
So
Those are big deals.
we would love
No,
to have
we're
you
not.
back again.
I'll
So
be back. I'm coming.
come back.
I'm
Come
coming back.
talk about
She
other
freaked
books.
out.
We'll talk about your book in 2025.
She
Whatever
doesn't
you
want to talk
want.
about Amy Poehler. That's not
That's
funny.
fine. That's fine.
If you bring Amy Poehler.
Yeah. I'm not saying we'll come together. Yeah.
But then it's a possibility, a not
Yeah.
high one, but it's a possibility.
Yeah.
It's not a
but-
no.
1 in a million chance. That's right.
So you're saying there's a chance.
That's amazing.
Well, I don't have anything else. Do you have anything else you want to share with us?
This was a delight.
Thank you so much. You were, I mean, your
Thank
last
you.
interview of the day,
I
and
know.
this was hilarious.
This was
like,
perfect,
the
yeah.
humor
Oh,
was
cool.
there. Like, I had
I'm
fun.
so glad.
I had
Good,
fun.
me too.
You woke
Thank
me
you.
back up,
Thank
so I'm
you.
happy. Yeah.
Good.
All right, that's it for now. We are done for the day at Annapolis Book Festival, but the festival still goes on till 5. So it's still till 5. It's free. Come hang out, watch panels.
There's still books, I think.
Yeah, there's still books at the book sale. Come hang out.
I mean, there were people with suitcases going to the used book sale.
And I
so be
don't
careful.
need another copy of The Hunger Games.
If you buy another copy of Hunger Games, I will throw that copy of Hunger Games at you.
She'll catch it and read it.
He knows me well.
Yes.
Do you think she can catch a ball?
I played softball for 10
That's
years, Molly.
Your husband's saying you can't sport.
You know what?
rude.
Middle fingers to both of you. That's it. That's it.
Outro again.
That's it. All right, we love you, besties. Until next time, get lost in your favorite book. Bye.